Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for another month of One Shots charity stream. Tonight we are going to be playing Alchemical Romance, a Caltrep core game designed by our very own Amelia, who is with us today. Where am I motioning? Over here. Yes. I will give you time to talk more about that in just a minute when we introduce all of you lovely players. But for anybody just joining us, yes, it's the People's Ascension. I am normally here running my own series, RPGs Uncovered, which is a series dedicated to showing just how quick and easy it can be to learn a new RPG. We're not doing that right now. We're between seasons, between season 3 and season 4, and because of everything that has recently gone on with the Roe versus Wade decision and all the fallout of that, and the inspiring and awing outcry of both pain and support that I've seen in this community, my own community, everywhere really. I was inspired to put on this month of One Shots charity stream. It was just supposed to be a few little one shots here and there throughout the month, and then that happened, and I wanted to do a full charity event. So here we are, doing this. So thank you for everybody who is stopping by to watch. Thank you to Amelia and all the other game creators who contributed games for us to play during this, and all of the fantastic players who are joining me. So this is a charity stream. That means donations are very much appreciated and encouraged. And to further encourage those, we have some cool charity buys, which you can see down below me. So throughout the game, you can either help the players or hinder the players, depending on how much you want to donate. For $5, you can give a player a reroll. For $25, you can give them an auto success on an action. And if you're feeling really generous and or really spiteful, you can give $50 and make it harder, which is always fun. More bombastic and dangerous in a game like Cyberpunk, but I'm sure I could make something happen in a game like Alchemical Romance to up the stakes and whatnot. Every $50 generated, or any $50 grants the party a powerful boon, some sort of narrative consideration, or like big magical item, or whatever it may be. Again, easier to do in something in Cyberpunk, but I will find something to do in Alchemical Romance. I have some ideas. You can see that tracker up in the corner over there, and every $250 triggers a giveaway of all kinds of cool prizes. We have artwork and GMing help and rule books and comics and other fiction books, all kinds of cool stuff to grab from during any of those giveaways. We are currently at $190, so we only need $60 more in the donation pool for our first giveaway, which will be exciting. Okay, I believe that, I should say specifically, these donations are going to the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights. These donations will be split down the middle and contributed to both those organizations. They are both very important organizations right now. The National Abortion Federation has two actual funds that they're working through. One goes to support providers in staffing and training and supplies and security for providers, because it's very important that we support the people who need these operations, but it's also very important that we support the people who make these operations, these procedures available, because they're just as at risk right now as anybody else. So that's one half of where the donations will be going towards for the National Abortion Federation. The other is the Dr. Morgan Teller Patient Assistance Fund, which more specifically goes towards not only helping monetarily provide these procedures, but also helps in getting anyone who needs to go from a place where they can't get one of these procedures to a place where they can get these procedures. They contact those people with travel advisors. They help set up the route so it is safe and secure, with places that are well vetted for them to stay at. Travel that is well vetted for them to use. As well as providing things like childcare or other family care while they are away doing this, and things like food and all that. So that more specifically goes to the people who are directly looking for these procedures. And of course, the Center for Reproductive Rights is the worldwide and really national, I don't want to say umbrella corporation that has cyberpunk undertones to it, but they are the leading organization in reproductive rights everywhere. Normally, they are focused elsewhere in the world where these rights are not well established, but now that we have lost these fundamental human rights, they're refocusing back on America to fix that, and to provide support and relief while they're trying to fix that. So they do a lot of legal and political advocacy and helping with not only Congress and all that, but even down to smaller scale local practitioners and individuals who need help. So this money, all of this money that we are generating, goes to very important places. So please give whatever you can. I know not everybody is able. If you can't, it's just as helpful to go tell other people about the show going on, retweet on Twitter, go tell your friends, stick your head out the window and scream about it for a little bit. Whatever you can to bring more people in, because the more donations we can get, the more people's lives that we really affect in a very positive way. With that spiel out of the way, let's get into what exactly we are doing tonight to better that and to provide some levity in these times, because I think that's very important as well. So we're going to be playing Alchemical Romance, and I will get into the specifics of that game when we hop into it. But let me throw it over to our players now to introduce themselves and what they have going on. And I think it's appropriate that we start off with Amelia, the creator of the game. So hello, welcome, thank you for creating this and allowing us to have this fantastic time tonight.
Hi, well, thank you for letting me, giving me this chance to have it streamed and all that. I'm really excited about that. I'm Amelia, at TrueFakeQueen888 on Twitter. Um, I made the game Alchemical Romance, and she, her pronouns. Yeah, any other details I should say right now, or
I think that where can they find you if they would like to get to know you or pick up this game?
uh, yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at TrueFakeQueen888, and then this game is available along with all my other games at TrueFakeQueen888.itch.io. And I apologize if you hear any dogs in the background.
No one needs to apologize for dogs. I say that until one starts howling and barking all over the place, but we'll see. Dogs are adorable. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us and for this opportunity. Let's we're starting at a different point, but let's continue my normal clockwise and throw that over to Savannah. Hello, thank you for joining us. Where can we find you and what you're doing?
Hi, I am Savannah. You can find me online as Miss Emo Fox. I am a frequent player on Vorpal Tales, as well as part of their auxiliary elder team. So I help run things, do our own charity events and such like that. So I was very happy to be able to reach out and be able to add my presence and voice to this charity event. Um, you can also find me on my own streaming channel, Miss Emo Fox. I do a plethora of different gaming, from cozy games like Stardew Valley, or like Tomb Raider. Really holds a special place in my heart. So um, that's me in a nutshell.
All right, very nice. Thank you for joining us. And let's throw it over. I have so many names stuck in my head. I apologize. Kylie. Uh, thank you for joining
Hi.
us. Welcome.
Thank
Great
you.
to have
Thank
you
you
here
for
with us.
having me. I'm excited to be here. Hi, my name is Kylie. You can usually find me over on the channel that I co-founded with my best friend Mallory, who's actually going to be here later in the month, over on Homebrews and Homebodies. You can find me just about everywhere on the internet at Viking_mermaid, except Instagram. It doesn't have the underscore because I got that one first. But if you go to my Twitter, you can find my link tree. Basically, what we do is we stream TTRPGs with our D&D group that we've had going for a handful of years. And Mal and I will co-op some video games every once in a while. But that's basically what we do over there.
Awesome. Yes, a great channel, and I look forward to playing with you here tonight, and look forward to gaming with Maligan later.
I
And
know she's excited.
yes, very much. And another familiar face you may remember from Sunday, we have Haley back. Haley, once again, tell us about you and where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope you guys don't get tired of seeing my face. I'm coming back. But yes, hi, I'm Haley. You can find me at Haley Ann on Twitter. But more often, you can find me as a part of the Another Bad Side Quest crew. We are a dark gas lamp fantasy D&D AP on Twitch and YouTube. So you can find me there, or just yelling into the void on my Twitter. That's about it. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Yes, thank you all, my players, for joining. Of course, I'm Jack. I'm the chaperone. You're already here. You know where to find me. And if you're looking for more places to find me, you can look down in all the different buttons that you can click to go to all the various places. Most notably, I will say, over on YouTube, I would very much like a subscribe, I believe is the metric over there. We're very close to getting to getting the actual youtube.com/thepeoplesascension URL instead of just a bunch of random numbers and letters, which is a lot easier for me to announce. So if you like what we're doing and you want to see more of it, head over to the YouTube link, hit all those buttons and whatnot, and that would really be helpful. Otherwise, you can find us on Discord, and the most important link you can follow is just down below. Just scroll right below that About the Channel section, and you can find the banner for the charity event. Underneath it, it describes briefly the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights, with links to their sites if you would like more information on them. But you can click on the banner or the link just below it to take you to the donation page, and that'll throw an alert up on the screen for me, and I will thank you, and we will gush for a little bit, and then I will dole out whatever boons or perils you have provided me. With that, let's get into our game, shall we? We'll see how long I can keep on my my professor's jacket, because it's getting really hot in here.
If it makes you feel better, this beanie is just trapping all the heat.
Yeah. The things us streamers do to look good on these little cameras that we have.
Gotta be in character.
Yeah.
My AC is running at like I think 65 degrees because I'm wearing long sleeves, and I'm like, no, I'm not melting today.
No.
Not the day. It's 90 degrees outside.
Our
It's,
AC doesn't make it all the way upstairs. It's killer.
yeah.
Oh,
It's 80 degrees in here.
Yeah.
Anyway, before we all melt, apparently, let's get into our game. So, Alchemical Romance. It's a very versatile game. Amelia would be able to tell you more specifically about it, but it can range any level of fantasy, whether that be more modern hidden magic like in Harry Potter, or something more D&D traditional with elves and half-orcs and goblins and spellcasters running all over the place. We're going to be focused more towards that Harry Potter magician's end of things. It's a modern day world. It's the modern day world. And you all are you are all students at the Arcane Census Suella Alwyn. Hi, I had it all written out. You are part of this magical high school, this preparatory school, that's it. The Suella Alwyn Preparatory School for the Arcane Arts. And you've all been at this school for a while. You've been looking into applying to various arcane universities, of which this preparatory school works with very closely, or getting into a more arcane vocational program somewhere and taking on a specific arcane trade. Whatever it may be, you are all seniors of this preparatory school, and therefore you're afforded a bit more leeway when it comes to venturing out on your own into the mundane modern world. Of course, you know that magic is something that freaks normal people out. People who don't have magic powers, the people who go about their lives unaware of your existence or any of the other fantastical beings or events that have happened throughout history that have been very well secreted away. Our story picks up, of course, with your alchemical studies class and a field trip that has been set up out into the mundane modern world to explore the past, as at least seemingly as the rest of the world saw it. But you know, behind that curtain that's been so neatly drawn by the magically gifted, that there's even more beyond that you can see, that you can use, that you can learn from. So you're going to be going to the local Natural History Museum. Of course, there was a whole speech about containing your gifts, not flying around and throwing lightning bolts and whatnot. That tends to freak people out. But this Natural History Museum is staffed by a few, not everybody, but a few magically gifted individuals who are tasked with maintaining, well, the exhibits behind that curtain. You'll be left to identify who those people are and to get their assistance. But your main assignment is to go about the museum, go about their exhibits, and identify items, reagents, that you can use in creating an alchemical recipe that would have been used sometime in the past. Now, this Natural History Museum tends to focus fairly far back into the ancient and prehistoric world. So you're going to be dealing with reagents and whatnot, and recipes that are not well recorded in any of the modern alchemical texts that you're used to. Perhaps if you're more outside of class interested in this particular field, if you've taken extracurricular studies of this, you might have dabbled into some of the earlier forms of alchemical creation and ancient prehistoric magics, but all of these ingredients are mostly going to be left up to your own creativity and your own experiences to draw from as to how you can use them, how to identify them, what properties they might have, and what creations you can make from them. You will also each be given a scrambler. It's this little 6-sided cube. And they're reserved for higher grade students who go out into the world. If, for some reason, you do something that catches the eye of a mundane being, you can take this cube and hold it up to them and give it a little squeeze, and it'll scramble their brain for the last 6 seconds or so. Now, you each only have one, because as I'm sure you can tell, that's a process that has some repercussions if it happens over and over again. And also to teach you responsibility. But we know things like this happen, so if you have to use your powers, or if you do and somebody's just lurking around the corner and happens to see you, you have one use to ease their the paradox that they've seen happen. Otherwise, it's going to be left to you to justify anything abnormal that anyone may see. With all of these directions given, you'll all pile into your magical school bus that shrinks down real small and flies out beyond the magically enclosed curtain that's been drawn over this supernatural arcane world and out into the real world, where of course you find a nice discreet place to rematerialize, and the school bus comes chugging down the street in front of the Natural History Museum. You all file out. Groups have been not assigned, but chosen already. Everyone's gone off in their own particular little cliques, and as it turns out, this is what it remains. Our students here. The students who, for whatever reason, don't have, in this particular class, at the very least, anyone beyond the other three of them to associate with. With that, your professor, a sort of early middle-aged gentleman, tall, very fine of features, likes to wear these very loud, colorful, patterned shirts, but very refined jacket. Stands up, adjusts his thin rectangular glasses, and announces for you all to begin your assignment, and remember to be discreet and responsible, but to be creative in what you bring back, because this will be a major portion of your grade this year. With that, let's introduce this ragtag bunch of misfits who are more or less together because they didn't have any other group to go with. So who are all of you? Let's start with Haley.
Hello, I am Gwen Valor, a name that is recognized in the school as my parents are big donors and have funded quite a few projects around. But I'm also known for my own ambitions. I am the secretary of Student Body Council, the editor-in-chief of the yearbook, founder of the Latin Club, and first chair clarinet. And that keeps me all very busy, but it has meant that I'm not very good at making time to make friends. Kind of forgot about that in my checklist into getting into the best university I can. So I kind of just stand and look around awkwardly. And I hope somebody will say hi first.
Well, who would be the first to say hi?
Probably be Ivy. Hi, I am playing Ivy Sylvius. She is a hipster self-saboteur, as you see. She tends to be really knowledgeable, but she always second guesses herself. She is not always aware of what's going on around her. She kind of is in her own world. Not in a full like Luna Lovegood way. She's just always thinking about something, and it's more than likely music, or her favorite band, or all of the things she knows about the things around her. She tries to not tell everyone everything all the time, but she's pretty bad about not doing that. So Ivy would definitely be like, okay, what are we supposed to be doing again?
And as you're asking this question, we'll have the rest of the group form. I think the next most attentive person to what is going on here, I think, would be Amelia, your character, noticing that pretty much everybody else is already starting to go off in their little packs.
Right, so I am playing Kara Black. She is not super excited to be a part of a group project, but wearing comes in, just Metallica band T-shirt, just ripped jeans, nothing really school appropriate, I guess, but like hair's just wild, lots of chains and stuff, and rings, and kind of and heavy, eyeliner. Walks in, just rolls her eyes, and most likely kind of gives off a bad kind of atmosphere. Not only because she doesn't want to be there and her emotions are probably pretty negative, but also there's rumors going around the school that she practices black magic. So she'll walk in and be like, "Okay, I'm here."
Okay.
Metallica's cool, but they kind of like sold out. Have you ever heard of the Asteroid Cows? Like that is where it's at musically right now.
And just rolls her eyes because we're here for our
That's fair.
I was listening to that on my iPod on the way here.
No
They're
way.
really
You listen to the Asteroid Cows? Oh my God. Have you heard their most recent stuff? I'm a little worried because they're kind of getting that pop punk vibe. Like, and you start to hit big and people start to change their sound. But like their first few albums, just classic.
eyes wide, just nodding along, like, yeah, absolutely. Just a little dumbstruck, and then just goes back to a notebook.
So
At the door.
back on the bus, we have our fourth member of this group as the bus driver turns around to an otherwise empty bus and announces for you to leave. And you pick your head up from whatever book you are reading and can make your way out to the three ragtag individuals who are kind of standing in proximity more than they are a coherent group at this point. Who is the last member of our study session here?
Um, so Kessia, like stumbles out of the bus. The bus driver is kind of used to her being the last one to exit. Kessia, Polania, is a very short-statured young woman. Um, Growing up in grade school, because she's been like part of like what I would imagine is like a long line of like different schools that you hop to get to your prep school. She used to have very long hair, and then she decided long hair was annoying because it got in the way of the book, so she cut it all off. And so she has since then kept it very short. And she kind of, when she wants to not pay attention and just read her book, she kind of just has like an invisible tether between herself and her best friend, who maybe Hera doesn't consider Kessia her best friend, but Kessia does definitely considers Hera her best friend, because Hera makes sure that nobody talks to her. Maybe it's because they don't want to talk to Hera, but Kessia will take it. And her current favorite book that she is totally absorbed into is Ancient Heroines and Their Specialties. She has grandiose ideas of, coming up with a new spell or like just making a big name for herself. And she is certain that her, love of books will someday help her achieve that.
Don't we all?
So she kind of like rushes off with her book in hand, like she has like probably a little messenger bag across her chest. And she like scurries over and kind of just politely just stops like right outside the circle of the others, and she's like, "Hi."
I know you're remind me, I'm so sorry.
Kessia.
That's right. I knew it started with a k sound.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're Ivy and Gwen and Hera. Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're the only ones left, which isn't a bad thing. This can still be really good. Do you guys know what you might be looking for?
Well, I mean, it is a natural history museum, so maybe they have some interesting fauna to look at.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just really pumped to get in there to get to the cafe. They have a barista here who makes a mean dirty chai latte, and I am hankering for one right now.
You have interesting taste, Ivy.
Thanks. I try to keep it interesting.
Well, I think I'm going to look for chimera scales. I read the other day that they have a really good transmutation property. And so I think maybe we could focus on something that maybe alters something into something else. Pretty traditional stuff, but it could work.
But aren't we supposed to think outside the box?
Yeah, but traditional is never bad. I mean, it's a good option for succeeding and making sure that you get it right.
It's boring. She like picks up her book. These women didn't get put in this book for boring. She like opens the page to like a sorceress like slaying a dragon.
Once again, Gwen's just like kind of stuck. Like she just short circuited just a little bit because like her whole life has been tradition and following a set number of steps to accomplishing goals. Like that is so far beyond what she is capable of like understanding, really. And just dragon scales. Yeah, that could also work.
Real honest,
we
I've
should
got a
see what they
really
have.
bad grade right now, so anything that's definitely gonna work, I am down for.
Well, we don't even know what type of exhibits they might have, or hidden illusions. So let's go. Kind of. Hera, do you want to go? Are you going? Are you going inside?
I guess. I don't have D&D until tonight, so yeah, let's go.
Okay.
All right. The lot of you gather your things, whatever they may be, and make your way up the wide marble stairs of this natural history museum. Head to these large, heavy doors, ornate with various carvings, and push your way inside to a large, marble floored, high ceiling atrium lobby of this natural history museum. There's columns surrounding the lobby here. You can see it branches off to either direction, and in front of you there's a reception desk that has a few people in front of it who are selling tickets for various events or for the museum as a whole. People who are talking with either the receptionist there or maybe some kind of curators or just general tour staff that are getting together groups and whatnot. You know that you are allowed to be here. You have been given your passes. You have free reign to move about within your own groups responsibly, discreetly. And of course, there is off to one of the walls a list of exhibits.
Is there a cafe in the lobby?
There is a small cafe. It's less of a cafe and more of just a refreshments counter that will sell bottled water with the museum's logo on it. They probably have a coffee machine back there that brews basic coffee, small sandwiches or whatnot, things that are easy to eat and don't make a lot of mess. But as you already know, for whatever reason, there is an actual cafeteria might not be the right word, but a small food court, a cafe back in the museum proper for people to rest and get refreshments without having to come back to the lobby.
Ivy's gonna go get a coffee. It's not the coffee she wants yet, but she needs one. And she's gonna be like, Gwen, have you ever tried that? Have you ever had a chai before?
No, I don't think so. I don't tend to do anything with caffeine in it.
It's okay. I'll get you one without the caffeine in it. It's really good. You're gonna like it. I'll be right back. And so
Okay.
Gwen, so while they're while whatever they decide to venture into knowledge gaining, she's gonna go get coffee, and get just a coffee and just like a chai tea, and like I'm sure it's just like out of the packages with the water and everything, but she's at least gonna get this for right now. And she comes back and thank you.
Tessia is thinking way too hard if chai tea can be made without caffeine. Anyway.
It's fine.
Chai tea is normally a black tea, so it can't unless it goes through the decaffeination process, which kind of ruins things, and it doesn't fully get the caffeine away, but you can get chai recreated herbal. I know a lot about teas, guys.
Yeah. Well, and of course to Ivy, tea is not caffeine. Like,
Yeah,
even
that's fair.
like she'll drink black tea, like she drinks herbal teas and all that, but like to her that's not caffeine. Coffee is caffeine. So as long as she doesn't get one that has espresso in it, like she's good. There's so she comes back and she hands it to Gwen. She's like, okay, so like this isn't the real thing, but it's kind of close. Like I think you're really gonna dig this. It's great.
Okay, yeah. I'll like gingerly sip. I'm gonna roll to see whether or not I like it.
Okay.
Hold up. Even, I do. Odd, I don't. I don't. But I will sip it. Just try my best to be like, yeah. Oh, that's it's really warm. That's nice.
It's really hot, like probably too hot. It burns your tongue a little bit. You get a little cat tongue, and it probably steeped for too long. It's a little bitter. The sort of cinnamon taste of it is just oppressive. It
Oh, no. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Just give it some time. It's probably a little hot, but like it's awesome.
I'll just clutch it with both hands and kind of like press it to my chest and just pretend to drink it every so often from here onward.
Hold on.
I can relate to all of these characters.
Evens, Ivy does not notice that she does not like and or drink this. She just thinks she's totally on board with this.
I think this is an actual roll. Go ahead and give me a cool roll for your your social awareness and whatnot.
Okay. So I'm going to roll 3d4. And then I just count.
You take
I count
the
like
highest,
how many successes, or what am I doing?
You take the highest result.
Okay, well, I did get an absolute success.
Awesome.
But if I may, I would like to spin it as she's just really pumped that she found someone else who appreciates the things she does. So she's just like blindly like, awesome, cool. She likes it. Great. I knew she was gonna like it, and just like tunnel vision on it. So it's a success at failing.
Sure. You see what you want to see.
Exactly.
I'll call that for a hipster, I'll call that a success.
Thank you.
I love that so much. Did either of you want to get something really quick before we look at the exhibit lists?
Oh no, I can't have any liquids or foods next to my book. Thanks.
There.
Harry will go, I'm good, pulls out a little metal water bottle, takes a step, and goes, I don't think you would like it. Points to Gwen. You can't see what's inside, but it's if you're able to smell it at all, it does not smell like water.
Yeah.
Cassie was just like, Cassie was about to like mouth like, it's definitely not water.
That is right after my own heart. Like, I am the one who brings a wine tumbler with me anytime I can. So
I think we'll look between the bottle, the bottle, and just go, I'll trust you on that. Yeah. Stay hydrated, right? And then go walk to the exhibit list.
Ivy will just kind of give her a cheers while she walks past.
Cassia will follow Gwen over to the exhibit list. And Cassia actually wants to take a peek and see if there's any magical markings on the exhibit list to indicate if any of them are special.
Right. Yes. Let's call this a school roll to see if you can unlock if there's any arcane cipher or enchantment that you have to see past.
Okay. What are successes again?
So you roll a number of d4s equal to your level in that particular attribute, and you take the highest of I believe, Amelia, correct me if I'm wrong, you just take the highest of your rolls.
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, that's an absolute success. So you can see, looking over this board, you can see you have to it's a very simple spell you're used to casting. It doesn't require any flashy movements or any elocution in a specific intonation that would be noticeable. It's simply peering into the arcane a little bit more, a mage vision of sorts. And you do see, yes, that there are sort of hidden between the slats of these individual exhibit titles. You can see there's these little magical micro pocket dimensions that can be folded out and open up into new exhibits. Exhibits unseen by anyone who can't peer past this veil. Are you looking for anything in particular?
She is mainly looking for like creature exhibits. But like not your run of the mill fantasy beasts, something that's maybe a little bit more exotic.
Okay. I suppose you will have to specify to Jack the chaperone, who is much better versed in sci-fi than fantasy, what you count as a traditional magical creature and what would be more specifically exotic.
I mean, I would imagine at the school, like there would have been talks of like unicorns and dragons and things of that nature.
I will say there is an exhibit about the ancient magical creatures of the Mediterranean.
That could be
But
interesting.
those could be traditional magical creatures, things like griffins and hippogriffs and hippocampus,
Mm.
minotaurs.
Do you consider a phoenix special, or is phoenix run of the
That would
mill?
that would probably be pretty special. Yeah.
Phoenix would probably be very special, actually.
All right.
I consider myself a purveyor, like Haley, a purveyor of like magical creatures because I'm obsessed with things like that. But like, I just blanked on anything I've ever known.
All the ones
did
I'm
I.
thinking of are like, oh, that's probably normal, like
Right?
mermaids, or like, if we go Lord of the Rings, like tree ents, or
Mhm.
Yeah.
like centaurs.
Yeah, there's so many different places you can draw these creatures from that what counts as usual anymore.
Mhm.
But I actually
Okay.
learned something I didn't know previously. Phoenix was actually originally derived from Egyptian tradition.
Oh,
Ooh,
Very
Sorry,
ooh,
Amelia, you were
cool.
saying something, I believe.
Oh, my mind immediately went to like the most bizarre creatures I could possibly think of. I'm like, there's probably two.
Mm.
Owl bears.
Ah.
Do we have owl bears?
Because I love owlbears, sure. Yeah.
Owl bears are the best.
I mean,
Uh,
Kessa will take an owlbear exhibit. That's fine.
okay.
They're so
Yeah,
cute.
there is an exhibit on specifically feathered magical creatures. More specifically on their feathers, and
Mhm.
then necessarily the creatures themselves or their habitats. It's a small exhibit. It's like the butterfly exhibit. It's just a bunch of butterflies in a room, or like pinned to a wall or something. But you assume it's a small room with a number of feathers from all different kinds of feathered magical creatures.
So Kessia, after finding that, kind of like adjusts her glasses. I believe we'll find something very interesting in this exhibit, and she like points to where like the mundane name of it is.
Sounds like a plan. It's a pretty decent place to start according to the map, and I'll pull out like one of those brochure maps that you didn't see me grab because I've had it in advance. I
Man.
printed this at
Oh,
home.
Mm-hmm.
you all.
You downloaded it off of the internet like the day you got the permission slip for this event.
How have you all seen in my phone?
Yeah, and so I'll point to that room and so that path could lead us, and then we can get into the aquatics, which I think could be interesting. Um, might smell weird. I don't know. Still don't know what we're going for.
Kessia leans over to Gwen. There's a special exhibit in there, not in your brochure.
Not in my brochure.
Okay, there's quite a lot of exhibits not in your brochure according to the map.
That's gonna mess up the entire path
That-
that I kind of planned. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
You really don't like to think outside the box, do you? That's not a bad thing. I'm just,
Not so much
but
outside the box, so much as outside the plan. Um, I like I like having order. What I'm doing, it helps reduce stress.
Plans are overrated. It's gonna be great. Let's go on an adventure.
Instant stress. I will
If it makes you feel better, that made my heart hurt. Saying those words made my heart hurt. Because I am the over planner.
I'm the a friend at theme parks who will like map out like the most effective path to make sure that you
Oh,
get to see the most.
hello. I majored in history. Anytime I go to a museum, I go through everything that's in the museum and the easiest way to get to see all of them because like where it'll be most crowded. And yeah, no, that is me. I am the burnout gifted and talented kid. Welcome. Welcome to inside my brain.
What? Anyways,
Never go to
cool.
a
Yeah,
museum.
no.
I
This
love
time I will
museums.
actually like drink the tea because I'm like, oh, tea. Logically, that's supposed to calm you down for getting the whole caffeine bit.
It's gonna be great.
This is going to get worse. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, chai tea is a black tea. It's not as bad as coffee, but it's like half a cup of coffee.
If you don't drink caffeine, it's gonna
Yes,
keep you up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Gwen's gonna be zazzed this whole trip if she decides to drink any more of this.
All right, just drink the tea. We're gonna go on an adventure. We're gonna see some cool stuff. I don't know what we're gonna come up with because I'm still really not sure what we're doing. I know we have to make like a like a recipe, but they didn't tell us what it's supposed to be, and that seems really difficult to me. Like I thought like assignments we were supposed to like you're at point A, you're supposed to be at point C, and then you figure out B. I don't know what's going on, but we're gonna go on an adventure in the museum. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be great. It'll be awesome. Please lead Gwen away from wherever this is.
and then she's gonna be like, "All right, Cassie, where are we going?"
Oh, we're going to the Feathered Friends exhibit.
All
I
right.
love it.
Yes, so just as the chaperone, not anyone in particular, I will remind you that you don't need to use specifically magic things. You don't need owlbear feathers or dragon scales. You can find there's alchemical properties to the mundane world as well. You just have to be able to identify what those properties might be and how to draw out the inherent magics within them. So you don't need to go to purely magical exhibits. You can go to some of the more mundane exhibits and just get creative. We also just got our first $5 donation. Thank you, D. Throw
Thank you.
in chat who you would like to give a free reroll to. Likewise, because this is bringing me back to my own school days. Do you want to try to formulate some idea of what sort of recipe you might want to make and look for ingredients that way, or do you guys want to just run out into the museum, find whatever ingredients you can, and try to shove them together and make something work? Both are
I think
completely
we're
valid.
probably gonna be half and half because Gwen's gonna want a plan.
My brain is like, we should come up with what we're doing, and then we can just go run amok and find things. But that is me.
Amelia,
But
you get a reroll whenever you would like to use it.
yeah. So Ivy does know things. She's just not like super great at school. For those of you who are not familiar with the game, this wonderful game, you get to choose whatever you want, and it's your special skill. And finally, I have a reason to use this actual real life skill I have, which is useless trivia knowledge. I know so many random facts about things. And I got to use it for this game. So thank you for adding that mechanic, Amelia. Thank you so much. So Ivy is not getting a good grade in this class, and it's mostly because she's either half paying attention during lectures or she is constantly talking about historically how people viewed alchemy. And so she's not taking the magic component into it because in her brain, whenever she hears alchemy, she thinks of back when the Chinese used to drink mercury because they thought that it would give them eternal life, like that kind of alchemy. Oh yeah, no, legitimately, they made concoctions that had mercury. I think there were some that had melted gold in it, like all of these things, because these emperors were trying to find this like elixir of life. The whole idea of the philosopher's stone is where it all came from. Random trivia knowledge. So she's Ivy's gonna flat out be like, I don't know what we're looking for. I just know that what we're not looking for. Do we know like what we want this recipe to do? Like I know Cassia, you're really wanting to do something special, and like that would be super cool. Do not get me wrong. But I also really need a good grade on this assignment. So like if we go too out of the box and it bombs, then I'm gonna bomb and probably not gonna get to go to university after this. So can we find like a nice middle ground area?
Speaking of bombs, what if we made an alchemical explosive? That would be pretty cool. We could set it on off in
Okay.
the gym.
That would be really cool. Just as long as no one got hurt, maybe we do that. But like what if we did it and it like was almost like fireworks, but not fireworks?
Gwen is hyperventilating in the back, sipping the tea again. At the mention of bomb, just
Oh, we could do that, or we make it so someone like glows like a glow stick. That could be fun.
That would also be very cool.
glow stick is doable. We could also do glowing that also alters how people see you, like emotion wise. That's also really easy to tap on.
It should be like a mood ring glow stick. We glow the color that we're feeling.
Oh, so you're talking like aura, like you can see their aura, right?
I
So
can't.
Gwen, are you okay?
I used to use an inhaler in middle school. I haven't needed it in a long time.
Okay, there's
Do
this
you
really cool
have
thing
it with
I
you?
learned. I learned this thing. It's called box breathing. My therapist taught it to me. Awesome. So you're gonna breathe in for 4, you're gonna hold it for 4, you're gonna breathe out for 4, and then you hold it for 4, and you just repeat. It's like a square, right? Yeah. So you box breathe. That's really helpful.
Sometimes I can't hold for 4. It's too long.
Sometimes you got shorten it to 3s. I get it.
Kara's gonna reach into pull back out her metal water bottle and be like, "You might need this after."
Yeah.
Hera, I don't think that's the best thing for Gwen.
Fine, lightweight.
It might go really well in that chai though. Like, is it whiskey? Did you bring wrong?
So Gwen, I don't recall a specific mechanic that lets me do this, but I think it's very appropriate. I would like you to take 1 point of burnout because you are hyperventilating.
Plan
But
has gone awry.
but I will say, because of your special quality and your connection with Ivy, that if Ivy would like to specifically have some one-on-one personal time helping you with this box breathing exercise, that might be a way to trigger a bonding moment between you two, which could help.
Sure. So like as we start to head off to the exhibit, I'll kind of pull Gwen back and be like, okay, do you want some help with the box breathing? We can do it together. Okay, all right.
Focusing on breathing and counting at the same time.
Counting and breathing at the same time is really hard. I get it. No, I totally get it. So like I'll do the counting and you do the breathing, okay? All right, okay, so here we go. So you're gonna breathe in, 2, 3, 4, then you hold it, 2, 3, 4, then breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. One more time. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. And hold it. 2, 3, 4. Is that better? Yeah. It really helps.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Okay. Because we're a one-shot and not a longer format game, I'm gonna truncate some of the relationship rules. So I'm going to give you each of you get a relationship upgrade, a new heart in your tracker for each other.
Yay!
And because Gwen, you are the love-struck overachiever and have a thing for Ivy here, whether she knows it or not. This bonding moment between the two has helped calm your nerves a bit, and you lose 1 burnout.
Nice.
Oh, good.
You also
That
gain a
is
point of experience,
adorable.
but
Nice.
again, 1 shot.
That was so cute.
I
Thank
love
you
it.
so much. As a
So,
person who actually does have panic attacks, that was very sweet.
Yep.
I love
Uh,
square reading.
so aura glow stick potion.
I think that sounds rad.
Okay. So Gwen, how do you think we should achieve that ingredient wise?
Yeah. Um. Did you ever read? There was a book in the library in kind of in the history section technically. So actually, maybe Ivy, you might know it too. Um. But it talked about, well, if we're looking for something that reveals mood, probably a good one would be a moonstone. That one's a little weird though.
I'm sure there's a geological section in here somewhere. Also, side note, Kessia's special skill is ancient history, so yeah, she probably knows every
Nice.
single book in the history section.
Oh my god, I don't actually have it on me. I can go grab it, but I do actually have a moonstone ring that I wear all the time. so
My
Ivy can just
engagement
be like,
ring's made out of moonstone.
there you go. Ivy can just be like, I got it. Got that
See?
one.
Or there we go.
Number 1, got it.
Perfect.
But
We
don't
can
we
just
usually have to put it in, or
we
we
can
could
just
use it
replicate it,
as
right? We can just use a spell to just like replicate it. Right?
maybe probably.
I
Okay,
think so.
moonstones.
I will point
Um,
out for our bookworm, our nerdier and more rules following students that is not the assignment. You are supposed to get items from the museum yourself. So you might have a problem with cheating.
Really good idea. However, we're supposed to get stuff from here. That and you would probably want to keep your ring
That's
and
fair.
stuff.
I
But
mean,
yes,
like, they should have one. They should have
moonstone,
all the crystals here.
they should. So moonstone. What is like revealy?
I know there's like herbs and things that reveal, but I wasn't ever really good at herbology.
Do you think they have, like, a lizard exhibit? Yeah,
They had
like,
dinosaurs.
what if we found, like, a chameleon? Do you think, like, that would do something?
Chameleon could work. Yes.
Maybe.
Maybe
It would
something
certainly change somebody colors.
Question for a chaperone.
blood-based might work.
What
Sorry,
is the
Amelia.
lighting situation? Yeah. What is the lighting situation like in here? Like, are there ceiling lights? Are there any like wall lights?
Yeah, it's a modern day natural history museum. Out in the lobby, there's probably a lot of very natural light from the big windows that are set up in here. Probably some overhead lights. Most of the lighting in the museum, though, is those very thin recessed uh forgetting the word for different types of light bulbs. Those really thin recessed lights that are just like at the top of, where the wall meets the ceiling. So it's as with most museums, especially when you get into hallways, it's light enough for you to enjoy the exhibits, but not as bright as older people would like.
No exposed like light bulbs. So,
No, not really. No.
okay.
I love that your thought was just to jack a light bulb.
Done. Glow.
Love it. All right, well, we can brainstorm as we go. Maybe we should go, maybe we should find moonstone first, or do we still want to look for feathers? I don't know if anything feathered might help.
Azia, do you want to check out the the feather room, and then we can go look for a crystal?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you mean like split up, just one on one?
Yeah, like we can send each other messages, like just so that way we can get stuff done faster. Because I mean, if we get stuff done faster, then we can just chill out and enjoy the museum.
Yeah. Do we want to use a magic to talk, or we could all trade phone numbers? I think maybe a group chat might be a good idea.
Yeah, totally. And she's got her phone out, and she's just immediately like setting up a group chat, and then just passes it around to get everybody's phone numbers.
Group chat.
Hera, what is your reaction to this group chat phone being passed around?
Hera will take the phone and instead of putting in her actual number, put in just 666-666-6666.
Okay.
And if she can set a like name or anything, it'll just be not even an actual word, just the smiling devil emoji.
Okay.
Awesome. Got it. Cool.
So of course that means that Hera will not actually be part of this group chat.
No,
Wait, Hera.
I
but
always know how to find her. It's
Mhm.
fine.
yeah.
Love
Ivy
it.
figures that she'll be with Cassia, so Cassia will end up telling her what's going on. Satan, I get it. Good job. Good one. All right.
Okay. So the plan is for Gwen and Ivy to split off and see if they can find a moonstone, and Hera and Kessia are gonna go to the Feathered Friends Museum exhibit. Okay. Does anyone have anything they would like to do on the way or when they get there?
Kessia has reverted to her natural form, which is face and cloak. And she kind of made note of where the exhibit was. She has a pretty good memory for, what she does. So she just has faith that Hera is following behind her. Whether that's true or not, she'll find out when she gets there and probably turns around to see if she's there.
Hera, are you there?
Yeah, Hera will be following sneakily, like behind, like a shadow, and will, of course, jump the boo, if she does try and turn around because she's like right behind her. So
He like turns around. Why do you do that? No, I have, you know, reactions.
I'm sorry. It's fun to hear people scream.
So so we so what do you think about a aura revealing alchemical potion thingy?
I mean, if you think it'll work, I guess that's what we'll go for. I don't have any other ideas. Sooner we get this over with, sooner I can go smoke weed in the parking lot.
Yes.
Fair? Okay.
Yes.
Um, well,
Priorities.
so I
And you know
know
that's
that
some
there's
Hera's got the good stuff,
Yeah.
like sparkled with like unicorn horn glitter. Really help bring it out or something like that. Like there's extra magic involved in this.
Leaves of a mandragora, so you hear the hallucinations you will have are just terrifying, but in a really fun way.
That's the only
um
reason Ivy and Hera know each other.
probably. Um, well, so I know that this magical secret thing is here. I'm not sure how to have it be revealed though, so we'll have to figure that out.
Gonna as
Maybe
they
there's a
walk
secret
along,
door.
as we walk along here, it's just gonna shout out this random mundane magic words like hocus pocus and alakazam. Hope something happens.
Yeah, people turn and look at you, like give you
Hera
the squinty stink eye.
will glare at them like with just an intense just scowl if they look at her in any way, if they perceive her at all.
Mm-hmm.
Basically sticking out the tongue to like trying to act psychotic.
Yeah, there's this family with a couple small kids about, and you'd like, and they start scramble away. I'll hold on to that. But you walk into a section of this museum that is actually the Feathered Friends exhibit, and you can see around. It's a small room. It's one of those little alcove rooms just off to the side of the hallway. You can see a number of feathers just allied in various plexiglass cases with those little plaques underneath them detailing what the feathers are and what animal they come from and where that animal the biomes they inhabit and whatnot. There might be some that are recreations of extinct animals and whatnot. Of course, you don't see anything that is not known to the general public already. There's no phoenix feathers or griffin feathers or owlbear feathers. It's eagles and crows and normal feathers. Normal feathers.
None. Hmm. Well, I know what I did to look at the map. Maybe doing that again will help me find where the feathers are. I don't know. She kind of like
Go
looks
for it.
over at Hera.
Go for it. You're the one who figured that out the first time.
Okay. I have rolled a 4.
Okay. That's an absolute success. You once more this very simple cantrip-like incantation, and your eyes flash just briefly, just subtly. If anyone was looking, perhaps your light caught some reflection somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And you look around, and looks like feathers. Looks normal. Hera's got something weird glowing on her, but I'll leave you to ask for that. And then you look up at the ceiling, and where uh, there's this small dome window up top there. And it's a museum. It has fairly high ceilings. It's probably a good 16 feet up there. But just below that domed window, you can see this faint shimmer, this portal up there. You can sort of open that up with your mage vision, and above you see all different kinds of feathers swirling around this vortex. It doesn't look like a dangerous vortex, a light breeze, but it's carrying all of these different feathers magically in the air in this, again, land beyond the curtain that's been drawn by your arcane society. But it's all the way up there.
Yep. Hera, I have good news and I have bad news. Which one do you want first?
Bad.
They are way far away.
Hmm.
In case you didn't
Hera,
figure it out, the good news was I found them.
gotcha.
They're up in the dome.
Okay. Hera's gonna ask, Kessia, do you have like a quarter? A coin, a decently heavy one?
She pulls out a like a silver dollar. I don't know, my
Can I
dad
see it?
said it was good luck. I don't know why.
Hera takes it and is going to try and like just flick it up as high as she can to see if she can knock a feather down.
Are you doing anything arcane to affect this silver dollar to
I
breach through
can.
that portal?
Could I arcane it to like try and what's the word? Like ricochet? Give it some like bouncy properties. Maybe make it slightly, or maybe speed it up some. I don't know if that's within my
Uh,
magical ability,
yeah, you could certainly do
or
that.
like
Um,
maybe make it sort of gremlin-y, so it's like causes things to, you know, causes more destruction than it would normally. Like, it might bounce off and hit something, which then causes that to fall on us.
well, the first problem is the portal itself. Whether
Uh,
if you throw this coin up there, if it will go
mhm.
through, if it's a constantly active but somehow invisible portal,
Okay.
or if you have to open it up or engage with it in any sort of way.
I see. Okay.
And then you have to figure out how to knock a feather out because these feathers are swirling about chaotically in this maelstrom up there. It would be difficult, not impossible, but difficult to really line that up correctly to knock it out of this maelstrom.
Okay. In that case,
There's not walls or anything. It's as if this portal opens up into, for D&D terms, the elemental plane of air, and there's just this small light cyclone with feathers flying all over the place.
then is there any way I can make like some delayed reaction where like I make the feather get really heavy, or not the feather, the coin get really heavy after a certain amount of time passes, in which case, like the coin, like the weight just multiply extremely, and because in that case, I would want to chew some gum first, stick it to it, and
Okay.
like, flick it up. I'll
Uh,
try. If it doesn't work, then a coin is stuck to the ceiling.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Equally as funny.
So you wanna make a sort of contingency spell on this coin. So after a little bit, it gets a lot heavier. So it sticks
Mhm.
to something and then makes it fall down. Is what you're going for.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, Yeah. How noticeable? How magically do you make this happen? How noticeable is this action, this spell you're casting?
Um, if I can, let's see, if I can do it, the flicking itself, I don't won't necessarily need to distract from, even if it does come back down with feather. I just need to just make the actual enchanting of the coin somewhat subtle. Not like not noticeable, but like I'd probably go to like a corner and just kind of do it in my backpack, like kind of
Okay.
if I can.
Yeah, it's a
Would
coin,
would
so it's small, and you're you, so there's probably not much relevant stuff in your backpack. So you can head over to the corner and try to manipulate this coin. Let's trying to think of how to mechanically do this because I don't want to give you like sort of double jeopardy where you need to enchant the coin with the cool roll and then flick it with a with another roll. Um, but I do kind of want to see. I'd say throwing a coin is simple enough. It's not an inhuman, supernatural use of dexterity or strength. So go ahead and make me this. This is your academic application of a spell to see how well this spell holds, and if you manage to get that contingency property just right.
Okay,
So roll me a cool. No, a school. Roll me a school check.
I have that reroll, right?
You do. Yes,
You
debalt you a
go ahead and
reroll.
use that's a 3.
A 3. A partial
Yeah.
success. You get what you want, but things get complicated. My favorite of the rolls. Okay. You have a coin. It has been enchanted to increase weight after a certain amount of time. You stick some gum on it, and you want to just toss it up there.
Mhm.
Okay. Uh, yeah, there's no reason why any normal person, should be able to get 16 feet up into the ceiling or however high it is to interact with this portal, and it's unlikely that things are going to fall out of it. It's warded in that particular way, so there's probably not a lot of reason to keep that barrier uh, impermeable. So you look up and you line it up just right. I'm not going to make you roll for this because it feels kind of double jeopardy, but you line it up and you toss it up in the air. Are you going for any particular feather, or are you just playing a grab machine, just seeing what you get?
I mean, Hera will roll the dice. Like, just try and hope for something good.
Okay. You throw this coin up there, and easy enough. You throw it up, it goes through the portal, attaches to a feather, and it gets swirled around for a little bit. You have to wait for that contingency weight to catch in, and then it begins to fall fast. It falls back through the portal and slams in to the marble floor of this museum with the weight of a heavy bowling ball. As the stone of the floor cracks and spider webs, indents, and probably a good half inch or so, but only in the shape of a little quarter. And again, everybody turns in your direction. Surprise, confusion, a little bit of fear. What could have fallen and done that?
Um, Kessia immediately like unhooks her book bag, which is full of books, and drops it to the ground. Like, oh, ow, like, oh no, my books.
Hmm. You're sacrificing your books for
For
this
my best
ruse.
friends.
Oh. Hmm. Is there something I can do with this?
My books.
Uh, yeah, okay, okay. So I want you, because you're trying to play off this ruse. This is
Mhm.
I'll leave
Trying.
you to justify this, because why a bowling ball falling 20 feet out of the air, or the sound of such, would be coming from your book bag, but I'll leave that to you. I would like you to roll me a cool check for your ability to, well, deceive.
I got one.
Social manipulation.
Come on. Partial success.
Okay. Again, a success with a complication. As with most normal people, it's not their concern. Momentary surprise, and then they realize the world is not collapsing around them, and they go back to their own business. But there's always that one person who either needs to know more or needs to take it upon themselves to right some sort of societal wrong that they have witnessed right now. And
Oh, no.
this heavy-set middle-aged woman, a nearby Karen, walks over.
Oh, no.
She has this very loud white and multicolored floral blouse, that goes down into a kind of pantsuit. She's walking over in your direction. You can smell the overbearing perfume on her before she gets within your bubble. What is all this commotion you children are causing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're in a museum, young lady, a place of learning, a place that should be respected. Are you here on a trip? Are you here with... Aren't you a little old to be causing this sort of commotion?
It was an accident. My book bag broke.
Hera's gonna step in between the two and be like, "Aren't you a little old to be picking fights with teenagers?"
How? I never! How dare you? Well, if you can't be trusted amongst... If you can't comport yourself in this place of learning, I will find somebody to teach you how. And she turns around and she huffs off.
Off to
Bye.
find the manager.
Uh-huh.
The museum curator. As she huffs off, Kessia like pulls up her book. Like before she pulls up her book bag, she kind of like scoots it over, and tries to like peel the coin out of the ground and whatever feather was caught with it,
Okay.
and shoves that into her book bag as inconspicuous as possible.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. Did someone say something?
I don't think so.
I must have got a reverb or something in the background. Okay, yeah, you can grab that coin. There is a feather attached to it. We'll have to identify what that feather is, and you can quickly collect all of your books and put them back in your backpack.
Hera, I think we should go before that lady comes back.
Hera kind of goes, "I wanted to see her face when she comes back." And fine, okay, let's go.
And Kessia will then look for like a bathroom or like a corner to slip off to so she can safely inspect the feather.
Okay. Yes, I have made a note that I'm sure will not affect anything later in the story whatsoever. And you can...
Pull out the notebook and immediately felt fear. Like, I watched it go around, I was like,
Yep. Yep.
It's
The
great.
dreaded GM notebook. Okay, yeah, you can quickly gather your things and scurry off. Again, most of the normal people have went about their business, and Karen has went off to find the manager and will be hunting you throughout the museum later or something. You can go and find one of the many restrooms around, and take this feather out and see what it is.
Okie dokie.
So, while I do a quick Google search on all kinds of different magical feathers, you go ahead and roll me a school check to see if you can discern exactly what this is.
Sure.
It's not a helpful page.
Partial success.
Okay. Okay. This is you're pretty sure it is partial success, so that means success with a complication. You're pretty sure this is actually a harpy feather. And harpy feathers are, well, harpies of course are dangerous magical creatures. They can bewitch people into losing their sense of direction, losing sense of time, so that these harpies can swoop in and assault, do various whatever harpies do to their prey. And I'll say with a partial success. Yeah. Would you how secretive would you be with this? Would you just go into the bathroom and just in front of the row of sinks pull out this feather, or are you paranoid at this point? Do you go into a stall and close the door and lock it and then take out this
Would
feather?
have dragged Hera into like the larger stall that's usually at the end of the
Mhm.
row, and probably like sat on the toilet with her bag on her lap and like inspected it from there.
Okay. Yeah, you take out this harpy feather, and the two of you, because you've been trained to take in your surroundings as you've been doing with this mage vision. There's also an auditory perception, probably even a smell perception that you can tap into for magical smells, because why not? But you are trained to recognize arcane audio, and this feather is giving off this very faint chime, this very faint melody. And as you're inspecting this, talking amongst each other, you hear one of the nearby toilets flush and the door open.
Mm-hmm.
And you identify the feather, and I'll leave you to get creative as to if you can actually use this in your mood ring glow stick potion.
I'm thinking.
But you take this feather and put it back in your backpack and make your way out of the stall, and you see standing there in front of a mirror with the water still running, uh, another young woman, probably in her early 20s, just standing there.
Oh no. Uh, Kethia kind of like waves her hand in front of the young woman to see if she can get a response.
There's this faint mumbling that she's doing. That sounds faintly, after a few moments of listening to it, sounds like the melody of that feather. I think this is a good moment of tension to zoom out of the bathroom and through the museum and figure out what these other two are doing, while you figure out how to deal with that. So, Gwen and Ivy, you were going to find a moonstone.
Indeed, we.
Yes.
Gwen, you would know. It was in your brochure. There is a traveling exhibit right now, entitled "This World Rocks."
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's a natural history, rock exhibit with all kinds of different geodes and crystals and whatnot. And you know exactly where it is.
Yes. We were planning. Cool. Well, now that I can breathe, I will confidently lead us in that direction. Like my shoulders go back and like my chin tilts up a bit, and like I'm now in my element of knowing what's happening. I have a goal and I know how to achieve it, and I will achieve it. It's full body transformation.
All right.
When we get there, like I know Moonstone is kind of a mundane rock. Do we see anything?
Yeah, moonstone. Yeah, it's a mundane rock that has been used throughout history in various mundane and arcane ways. It's probably something that falls within your subset traditional alchemical and magical properties. Moonstone is well established in the various different things that it can do when utilized in different ways and whatnot. But none of that is known to the normal people. To the normal people, moonstone is a sodium, potassium, aluminum silicate of the feldspar group.
Love the
It's a
rock fact. Thank
it's a
you.
it's a pretty stone. It's a pretty, white, sort of bluish opalescent stone. That's it.
How large is the stone in the museum?
Well, there are all sorts of rocks about, various different geodes. There's one that is large, like a small boulder that's been cracked open, and the inside is just littered with these pinkish, purplish crystals of this geode. The moonstone itself is probably in, ironically enough, an exhibit of stones rumored to have, stones used throughout history, in the misconception that they have magical properties. Things like all the birthstones are in there, moonstone and topaz and various types of quartz that people used to think could be used as various like magical locators or arcane residence or all kinds of various hocus pocus Harry Potter stuff. You can hear
Obviously, that's all just silly stuff. That doesn't work.
you can there's a tour guide out in front of this exhibit talking to a bunch of younger students, normal people, going on, sort of playfully teasing, making comparisons to Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and that sort of thing. But they're behind a case with a whole bunch of other cases around it with various other different rocks and whatnot. There's a moonstone that's probably the size of your palm that's actually been carved and polished down into the shape of a crescent.
Um, could I'm not sure what spells we're using, so I don't want to get in copyright area, but could I pull trying to think of something she'd have in her pocket. honestly, she'd probably have a crystal in her pocket, to be real honest. Can I pull it out and do the spell, basically a transfiguration type spell that turns it into, or at least to resemble the moonstone they have,
Okay. Okay.
and then we'll replace it?
Yeah.
I had the exact same kind of thought.
Yeah.
Wavelengths. Good job. Yep. Love that.
Yeah. Would this be something that's more of an illusion? You put the illusion of the moonstone on it, so if anyone interacts with it, it's, they go to grab the moonstone and instead they grab a D6 and they're like, this is confusing. Or are you actually trying to transmute physically the shape of some other object to look like this moonstone?
While I would actually try and transmute it, Ivy would probably just short path it and just make it look like the moonstone.
Illusions are a lot simpler. Something like that is a
Yeah.
parlor trick you learn in like first year. Easy enough to do. What item? You said you have just some other crystal that you could pick up.
Or actually, what she probably has in her pocket is a worry stone. And it's vaguely, the same size. And she'll just make the illusion that it looks like that moonstone.
Okay.
That I'm assuming that's gonna be a school roll.
I'm gonna say that's simple enough to do. The problematic part of this
Is
task
gonna be switching
is
it
switching
out.
it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, go ask a question or like something so that I can switch it out real fast.
Okay. Don't forget, getting through glass, if you just use an incorporeal kind of idea to get your hand through the glass, should be fine. I'll be right back.
Or you know what? Maybe
will-
you should do this.
Oh,
Do you want me to do it? Are you more comfortable if I do it?
to be very honest, I'm very bad at people, so actually,
Okay, no, I got it. So she's just gonna hand her the fake moonstone and go over to the docent who is currently
That is a
talking
good
about
word.
something. It was what I wanted to do. Did I do it? No, but I still have time. So she's gonna go over to the docent and point at something that is completely the other way. What would be what is something on the opposite side of the room?
Oh, what is something on the opposite side of the room? Let's say, actually, on the opposite side of the room, there is a whole section of the wall, at least, that's dedicated to volcanic rocks.
Sweet. Okay. So she's gonna go to the other side of the room and be like, is it true that the ancient Romans thought that volcanic rocks, like if you ground them down, were like good for you? Like, is that how they figured out, like charcoal, like the activated charcoal is really good for you? Like, is that where that came from? Like, could you? I'm really confused on where it all came from, and I figured you might know.
Well, actually, the Romans did have quite the experience with various kinds of volcanic rocks. There was, of course, the more popular Pompeii that was covered in various types of volcanism, but also the much lesser-known Herculaneum, which was quite well buried in solidified ash and whatnot. It's a fascinating subject, and of course, yada yada yada, as she moves. Let's actually make this a cool roll. I got excited because I got to talk about Roman stuff because I too am in ancient history.
My actual area of study is British history and the Renaissance, but I also love me some ancient history. So I was like, let's go.
I'm getting so many fun today. This is amazing. best day.
Okay, I did get a 4.
There you go. It
Yes.
plays
Go
out
for it.
exactly that way.
Rant away.
Yes, she continues ranting as she walks, sort of taking this opportunity. Gets really excited to be able to talk about this subject because nobody really asks questions here. Most of the questions, especially with a young group of school kids, is like, "Ooh, what's this pretty rock? Ooh, what's this pretty rock?" So to have somebody who comes up and actually, vaguely has a relevant question, she gets really excited. She goes over and she starts talking
When
about.
she mentions Pompeii and Herculaneum, Ivy's gonna lean over to the kids and be like, "Did you know that people got buried in lava and then their bodies, like, it looked like they were still there, but they weren't because they got burned away by the lava," to
Ew.
get the kids interested so that
Yucky.
even the kids aren't paying attention. And then she'll go back to the desert and be like, "So did that mean that it turned people into volcanic rock?
Well,
Or is that just what was over them?"
it's very interesting what happens when she stops, noticing there's a bunch of children about, and it was going to talk about how volcanic gases interact with a corpse, and she starts trying to discreetly talk about that sort of thing. Everyone's quite well distracted.
Awesome.
Over on the other side of the room, Gwen, you have this fake moonstone in a glass case.
Yes. Looking at the glass case, my goal is to essentially make, I guess, a controlled level of incorporealness in my hand to kind of pass through the glass and then swap out the rocks and then just pocket the rock.
Okay.
Pocket rocks.
This would be a school role, academic use of your magical abilities.
Okay. Awesome.
I was excited when the roles were reversed. It was not going to go well.
It was not gonna
Yeah,
go
no,
nearly
that's
as
why I
well.
was like, shit, is this a cool role?
I was sitting here like, I put a 3 in school and a 2 in cool because I was like,
I have
oh,
the
yeah,
exact
really cool.
opposite. That's why I was like, oh, that's one less opportunity to get a 4.
I did get a 4. That's awesome
Okay.
because the other 2 were 1.
Yes.
That was
Good.
terrifying.
Good. All right.
You just punch the entire thing over.
Like not even incorporeally, just punch the glass.
Just Hulk smash the exhibit.
Okay. Well, fortunately, a lot of people are distracted at the moment. The tour guide, the children, their parents who are there that were dragged along. Other people are getting in on this. Attention has been drawn away from these nonsense rocks that people used to think were magical. So yeah, you wave your hands together, and one of them becomes sort of slightly transparent, and you reach down into the glass case, pull out the actual moonstone, switch it out with the illusion, and plop that back down. You have your moonstone. I assume you pocket it real quickly. Let me
go for it.
Let me also ask, or at least point out again, being one of the more model students of the group, I would imagine this is probably something I should have pointed out before, but it makes sense, I believe, because I've lived this situation. This person you're kind of crushing on is relying on you to do something. So whether it's something you agree with or not, but you're taking museum property right now, Gwen.
I think the combination of my crush asked me very specifically to do something and believes that I can do it. And then also this is a step on the path of achieving my goals. I can write this one off. I'm gonna feel super guilty about it later, but that's a later me problem after I get this A.
That's future Gwen problem.
Future Gwen problem.
Well, I'm gonna give future Gwen a point of burnout.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You have to fight against you're choosing your crush over your something you've been taught. Yeah.
Follower nature.
Mm-hmm.
I feel it. Yep.
Ivy, you're a bad
I need to
influence.
keep breathing.
I am. I'm really good at this.
As I realize what I've done, I start the breathing exercise again, and I'm like, nope, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
So, after a few moments of listening in on this way over-described recitation of various rocks and volcanism and how it interacts with various things, and the various things Romans did with it, you start, like, this lady will go on for half an hour if you let her.
Yeah. Ivy kind of watches out of the corner of her eye to see whenever Gwen's done, and then will kind of duck, kind of slowly scoot herself back and kind of duck out of the group while the docent keeps going to go back over to Gwen.
Okay. Easy enough. These people are used to the general public getting bored with the things that they enjoy. They'll realize when you yep, all right, thanks, and make your way away, and transition back to the children and going about what they were doing. The room disperses back amongst the exhibits, and you turn around and see Gwen there.
Did it work?
I got it. Maybe don't be in this room anymore.
Yeah,
I
we
feel
should probably. Yeah, we should
this is
probably
so
go.
like Bonnie and Clyde. That was a lot, but we did it. It was very successful, and now let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go see if we can find them. And she just starts texting Cassia and was like, "Hey, we got the Moonstone. Where are you at?"
Kessia, where are you at? You're in the bathroom with Hera and this completely dazed young woman.
Kane in the bathroom. That's what I'm doing. She probably hears the phone ding and she like hands it to Hera, like, see who it is. While she's like looking at this young woman. She's like looks at the feather in her bag. I wonder, like, she checks the bathroom to make sure there's nobody else in here.
For now, you're good.
And then she's just like, maybe I can make a force field around it to like stop it. Oh. Okay. And she's going to like focus on like creating a similar force field, like the barrier that it had. Or maybe she's just gonna do her whole bag. Maybe she's gonna find more stuff to, cause havoc. And she's gonna kind of create a barrier within her bag to hopefully cancel out the sound.
Okay. Uh, to clarify, are you creating some sort of arcane bubble around it, or are you sticking it
With
into your own little pocket dimension?
she's creating the bubble within the bag. Like, I don't want anything being seen on the outside.
Okay. Well, your backpack, I'd imagine, is quite full. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes. She picks out the book that she's already read but hasn't returned yet and turns to Hera. Do you have room in your bag?
Hera will, yeah, whip out her backpack. She's got like, I mean, her water bottle, and like, not she doesn't bring like any books or journal or notebook or anything. She didn't bring any school supplies. She like it's got
Okay.
like the water bottle and like a few just random things. So yeah, she's like, yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
grab.
So she takes out one of the tomes that she has and like shoves it in Hera's bag.
I imagine Hera opens opens the bag and you lean in to deposit your book and get a very brief hotboxing.
Probably.
Okay. So Hera is looking after a book that has been read, but a book that does still need to go back to the library. It's a very important book.
It's a very important book. Okay. Now I have a little bit more room.
So you
So-
said the lady is just vacant stare, just with the sound, harpy sound, kind of harpy song.
Yes. Kezia, also take a point of burnout because you have lost one of your current books. You are putting it in somebody else's protection, and it's very important that this book get back to the library, or else your reputation as a pristine card carrying member of the local arcane library could be in jeopardy. But yes, apologies, Hera. Yes, this woman is standing about, dazed, and Kessia is in the process of trying to fix that, raising a barrier around this feather.
As soon as okay, so Hera's gonna go up to the dazed lady and just kind of get like way too close to her face, kind of like look at, then kind of knock, just like a knocking motion in front of her face, but not like on her face, but like in front of it, and goes, "Anyone home? Hello?"
Nothing.
Okay, well, we got him further. Let's go.
No, Hera, we gotta try to make sure that she's okay.
But Kessia, you can, I'd say, erecting even a small but stable arcane barrier is a task. It's something you have to work at. You have to know the specific incantations of. You have to craft that enchantment properly. Make sure it fits in the backpack without bumping things around or poking outside. To make sure it actually matches the arcane resonance of this harpy song. So go ahead and make me a school roll.
Okay. Success. Absolute success.
All right, easy enough done. Uh, as Hera is there, like making commotion in front of this poor girl's face, the bubble around the feather. What? What are you? What are you doing? Slaps down the water that was still going this whole time.
Can I try and like slip a joint into like her purse or pocket or something like that? Like not a lit one, but just
Oh boy. Yes, please. With a cool roll. There is nothing cooler than slipping a joint to somebody who doesn't know it. Don't do that, folks.
oof. What's the one?
Okay. Narrate that for me. What is an absolute failure of you placing a joint on? I like throwing. Sometimes I like throwing absolute failures back to players to see what they come up with.
Okay, I go to slip the joint in her purse and drop the joint and accidentally just swat her purse out of her hand.
Mm-hmm.
As I kind of like
Yeah. She
smack
was
straight
in the process of slowly turning around, like doing that, like keeping you in the corner of her eye sort of thing. And you take that opportunity to kind of reach around and stick the joint in there. But in doing so, before you are actually able to let go, once you are out of the corner of her eye, she does that thing where she turns really quickly and whips her ponytail back around in your direction, which causes her arm and, of course, her bag to fling out in, along with her, and your hand catches onto it. Just full, goes into her purse, rips it off her hand as she throws her whole weight, flipping her ponytail indignantly in your direction. This open purse hits down on the counter. Various change and makeup palettes and brushes and lady products spill all out over the counter of this bathroom. And of course, now, right there on top of everything, a joint. And not expecting this at all, this young lady just lets out a scream, which I will not do for our listeners, but lets out a piercing scream and turns again in shock and confusion and a bit of fear now, back in your direction.
Gonna try and just.
What?
Okay, so here all that happens here is I mean, ma'am, and she reach down and pick up the joint and be like, "Are you okay? You were standing in front of that water for a good 5 minutes. I don't think you should be smoking this." And just kind of puts it into the bathroom trash. He goes,
She turns and hurriedly no, she's got to collect everything first. I mean, there's some valuable stuff in that bag. I know how expensive some of that makeup can get. Yeah, and the bag itself. Yeah, so she very quickly just starts scooping things up, and as fast as she can turns and storms out.
she goes out. I want to shout out after her. Say no to drugs.
Oh.
And we're gonna go see if I can find that joint that I flicked away.
Right.
It's a magic one.
That's true, man. This lady would have. I mean, she probably wouldn't have smoked it, but if she did, ooh, she would have been floating. Probably literally. Thank you for the follow. Yes. In this commotion, we've completely forgotten about the text that you've received, and Hera probably has as well, as the phone is either down in your other hand or placed upon upon the sink. But you go back over in the trash and start rumming around for this magical joint. The other two of you, Gwen and Ivy, they're not responding. Which is probably weird for Kessia. I mean, you imagine it's weird. You probably haven't talked to her much, but
Yeah, with that, I'm just gonna be like, they're not responding. Why don't we go hit up the cafeteria and just wait to hear back from them? So that way, if they got their thing, they can meet us there, and then we can figure out what else we need.
Yeah. Sounds really good. My stomach feels kind of weird. I I don't know. The chai was great. It was great. But it feels like it's eating my stomach alive. If I'm being very honest.
That's cool. You really shouldn't drink that stuff on an empty stomach unless you're used to it. I didn't think about it. So we'll go grab some food.
Okay.
So we will hit up the cafeteria where Ivy is going to get yet more coffee. And bring Gwen water. Water and her idea of getting food is just like something from the like bakery section of of the coffee place. So she's gonna get like a couple cookies or something, and but she only bought herself coffee this time. She got Gwen a bottle of water.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you mentioned at the start of all this that you know there's a particular barista here who
Yeah.
makes the drink like you like.
Yeah,
So
it's
you've
my
been here
favorite.
before, or at least
Yeah.
know this person.
Yes. Uh, Ivy likes museums, because of all, and that's probably where she's gotten a lot of her random knowledge. Um, so she has become really good friends with. I'm trying to think of a ridiculous name I can give this barista. Um, her name is Juniper.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
Yeah. So she's made good friends with Juniper.
So Juniper is behind the counter of the local Moonbucks that is in this museum, legally distinct from Starbucks.
Of course.
Yeah. And
Still
Juniper
very
is
celestial though.
yeah.
Nice.
Juniper is there in the museum Moonbucks, apron and whatnot, but you have to wear a nice polo shirt. They require it, but she has like little pins stuck to her chest, and
And Ivy actually pulls a pen out of her pocket because she tries to bring her a pen every time
there you go.
she comes, and she's like, "Hey Juniper, can I get my regular?" Also, I found this one. I was thrifting and I thought it was pretty cool. I thought you might like this
Oh,
one.
of course, babe. Thanks, that's great.
Awesome. Yeah,
I love it. I
thanks.
love it. Your original, yeah, I'll get that right up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I need just like a water,
Water.
and then some like maybe like just like a couple cookies or something. Gwen's not used to drinking caffeine on an empty stomach, so it's just giving her a bad
One
thing
of
with her
those
stomach. So she
caffeine-free
needs.
people.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
really good at it
Uh,
though. Like I almost wish I could do that, you know?
we're way beyond that.
Yeah, no, we're too far gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, so just I don't know, like cookies or something. She said food. I'm not
Yeah, we don't have much
used to.
food here, but we have
Yeah,
cookies. I mean, you have what
yeah.
they call cookies. You know.
You know, whatever's the best thing over there. I know you've probably tried it, so you know whatever's the best.
Yeah, I'm kind of sick of all of this crap, but I'll find something.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Uh, so Gwen, you see Ivy, of course, and this other young lady about the same age and very similar fashion, kind of discreetly hidden amongst corporate Moonbucks attire, like very clearly bright red dyed asymmetrical bob, leaning up against the counter, clearly, maybe not clearly, but at least to you, who is interested in Ivy, very much giving off flirtatious vibes. And they're deep in a conversation. They're quite well familiar with each other at this point. They're laughing about something and snarking at something else, and they Ivy turns back and motions to you in the part of the conversation about being a caffeine newbie. But of course, you're far enough away you can't exactly make out what it is they're saying. They just turn and look at you and look back at each other and giggle a little bit.
Oh no. Hmm. How
Oh,
much?
faraway observations.
Yeah. How
I've been every one of you characters.
Yeah.
how insecure do I want to make Gwen? A little insecure. I think I will specifically note the gesture to me and the giggle and internalize that very hard.
No.
Um, and so I'll just like I've gotten at the table and I've like set it out and actually, you know what? You said this is like a cafe, right? Like a cafeteria-esque?
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
the I don't know if these even exist anymore. Like you go into a Barnes Nobles and there's a Starbucks and like a bakery next to it and there's a little
Yeah.
section.
Gotcha.
It's like that.
Okay. So there's like there's things that are other than like sweets here to eat, right? Like there's like food.
Yeah,
There's
there's
probably like sandwiches and
sandwiches.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like one of those combination Starbucks Paneras or something.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I'll see that and the like little insecurity goes through. I'm like, okay, yeah. And so I go to like I'll go to like the Panera-esque place and get like food. Um, but I want to grab like a couple of grilled cheeses or something basic. I'll order two and just be like, it's fine, it's fine. Like I'm muttering to myself, it's fine. She's been hanging out with you all day. If she didn't like you, she wouldn't offer to go hang out with you all by yourself. She would have split it up different and just do that thing to yourself. I'll just do that as I'm ordering the food. Try not to look crazy in front of this cashier and bring the food back to the table.
Okay.
I'm assuming much like a Starbucks, it's probably gonna take a minute to get the order. So Ivy is just gonna head back to Gwen and be like, "Don't worry, I got you water." Um, and then and they didn't really have much, so I told Juniper just to grab whatever out of the pastries that were good. She would know. She's tried everything, so she's pretty up on what's good over there.
Oh, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if people are actually capable of subsisting on just coffee, so I got you a grilled cheese.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. I forget to eat sometimes. It just happens. I kind of just run on caffeine and hope that I'm gonna make it through to the next day. It's worked so far, but it's not always a fail safe.
Gotcha. I mean, do you normally feel this jittery? And I'll like hold out my hands and like show that like I'm like it's the shake. Yeah.
Oh man, I remember when I used to get the jitters from caffeine. Oh, those were the good days. No, now I feel tired when I don't have it and I get a headache. It's not super fun. Don't recommend. So next time maybe we'll just do like a hot chocolate or something.
Oh, would would you wanna go to like a cafe sometime?
Yeah, I know this really good one that's not far from school. We could just like head over there when we have a break sometime.
Yeah. I mean, I have sixth period off. Well, I'm technically in Latin club, but I could skip if you want.
Yeah, or like we could go on a weekend too if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Cool.
Is Ivy picking up what Gwen's putting down here?
I think she I think Ivy's like maybe it's a thing, but she also tries to not read too hard into things. Like she's one of those people that like she needs the comfort like she needs it said to her completely before she's gonna be like, oh man, this person might like me.
This is gonna take
So
forever.
yes, this is gonna take forever. Because she doesn't want to assume, because mainly that's me. I can never tell if someone is just like being nice or if they're actually flirting unless someone says it to me. So I'm passing that on to Ivy. Um, so like she's not against this whatsoever, but she doesn't want to assume
Mhm.
because she doesn't want to make anything uncomfortable for anybody.
Okay. Uh, well, I think just because this is a good point to flash back to the other group and get everybody back together again once they make their way to the cafeteria.
Yeah, I
let's
will have sent her a text saying, "Hey, we're in the cafeteria."
yeah. Let's actually, because we're a little past that point. Actually, let's take a quick break. We're about halfway through our normal session. Let's take a quick break because I need to go ice my nostalgia now. Because oof, man, you guys are.
Seriously, every time someone opens their mouth, I'm like, ouch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm like, "Ooh, how did you guys know all of those things?"
Uh-huh.
It's a little too hard to bat. Ouch.
Yep. So I need to go shove 17-year-old Jack back in the dark recesses of my mind. Yeah, so we're gonna go take a quick, say, like 8-minute break or so. Get up, stretch your nostalgia a little bit because it's probably sore at this point. Go get some water, some coffee, whatever you need, and meet back here in about 8 minutes or so. We're going to continue with this incredible, heart-wrenching story. No, it is great. All of this is fantastic. This is everything I wanted out of this game. Be sure to check back, and while we are away, while you're waiting for us to come back, scroll down a little bit, go check out that donation link. You can follow the links to the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights. Check them out a little bit. And if it's possible, please do give whatever you can. Not only does it help these fine folks tell the amazing story that they are telling and continually punching me in the feels, but it's great for it's great for the cause. It's very helpful money right now going to these organizations and the people that they then give resources to. And we're very close to a giveaway. We are at this point. At this point we are only $60 away from our actual giveaway. With some really cool
Yay.
prizes that I would love to hand out. So while we're away, check that out, and also head back onto Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, wherever you are. Tell people about the game, stick your head out the window, chase cars down the street, whatever you need to do to get more people back into, bring people into the People's Ascension, this charity drive, and most importantly, into the donations. So we're gonna go now for about 8 minutes. We will be right back for some more Alchemical Romance. Hello, we are back from our break. We have subdued our adolescent selves and have stuffed our faces with whatever we could, if we could. Yes, the Midnight Tavern asks what's for dinner, peeps. Yeah, I will let you know after the stream because I don't have
Yep.
I don't have the opportunity running all this. But actually, I believe it's hamburgers tonight, which I'm really, really excited for. But
Nice.
we are getting back into some alchemical romance, so my cast can continue to pummel me in the fields, because this has been such great adolescent shenanigans, high school hijinks. It's been great. I mean, we're high school seniors, we're beyond adolescence, but it's still, it has
Still the
that
end of the
feel.
world.
Yeah, it's still
Everything is still the end of the world.
everything is so drama.
On your age, and so everything is just chaos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chaos.
So, we're going to pick up actually as we come back from break. All of these commercials that we don't have, our camera is going to pick up in with the buzzing, the vibrating of Kessia's phone on the counter of this bathroom as it goes off once or perhaps even twice more, with the other two a little concerned that they're not hearing from the other half of their group. Kessia and Hera, of course, you just snapped this woman out of the harpy feather daze and then assaulted her with or I should say Hera. uh, yeah, try to hand off a blunt, and that went really, really poorly. This woman has, after gathering her things hastily, rushed out of the bathroom for yet another person, probably finding somebody in some level of authority here to deal with you crazy kids.
Okay,
What are you doing?
question.
Yes.
Can I use magic to try and dye my hair while we're in the bathroom?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's easy enough. I'm not gonna even make it. I would
Okay.
say dyeing your hair is not a problem. That's not a big disguise. If you wanted to like actually change your appearance in some bigger fashion, that would probably be a role. But dyeing your hair, that's snap your fingers at this point.
Okay. I dye my hair like a really like bright blue, and then just like
Nice.
tie it up with a because it was down. I just tie it up and then put on like sunglasses, and then just that's my disguise.
Awesome. All right. Kessia, I'm sure this has been almost as traumatic as an experience for you as it was for this other poor girl.
Just just a little bit. She like looks over at Hera and she's just like, why? We're not supposed to like draw attention to ourselves.
I I was hoping that I could gaslight her into thinking she was
Don't.
I. In retrospect, probably a good idea, but at the same time, have I ever been known to have good ideas?
There was that one time sophomore year. Anyway, okay, let's just. She finally like picks up the phone that's been like going off with messages on the counter. Let's go to the cafeteria, and meet up with Ivy and Gwen, and hopefully not have like a bunch of security guards show up and escort us out for being, disruptive teenagers that are like, okay, it's okay. That's This thing is now quiet, though I don't know how we would use it per se. But I'm sure Gwen's smart. Um, so she has like all like the freaking potions memorized and stuff like that, so it'll be fine. And we
Yeah, let's go to the
trot on
cafeteria.
over to the cafeteria.
Okay. I would like to once again go back and give Gwen and Ivy another relationship point with each other because I think that was a meaningful moment. I was thinking about taking one away because Ivy was flirting with the barista, or at least that was the appearance. But that situation was very well turned back around. High School Jack would not have handled that as smoothly.
Neither would have Haley.
Yeah.
No, that would
Yep.
have gotten so much worse.
So,
Oh.
who's she? How long have you known?
How long have you been coming here?
I mean, her hair is nice, but I mean, does an asymmetrical bob that's so like 5 years?
I feel like the color is a little much.
Look at those
maybe,
roots.
and
Look at your roots.
it's so bitchy. And I love it.
Anyway, yes, you two can take a relationship point with each other, and I'm trying to find one with Kessia and Hera. I feel like there's a relationship there. It's just it's much more difficult to define in any sort of healthy way.
We never said our relationship was healthy.
That's true.
I have many an unhealthy relationship in my life.
As her role as your best friend, Kessia, how has Hera been? Has she really been protecting you from problems, or is she really just creating new ones? I
The
never.
Karen. I delayed Karen.
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay. So the two of you can hurriedly leave the restroom. There's a number of people looking in that direction as there was just a commotion, a scream, a woman hurriedly moving about. So people are talking amongst themselves, looking in that general direction. And I think this has been culminating for a while and will continue to do so. No, I'm gonna hold off on this for a second. Actually, the two of you can make your way to the cafe area of this museum and meet up with the other half of your group.
My head is in my book again, so that way I can kind of cover my face. She doesn't know what to do anymore. Like, she's used to Hera's shenanigans, but not to the extent of her getting in a ton of trouble. And so now she's just not sure.
Isn't anyone looking after these children? Aren't they old enough to know better?
Just the right age to know better but not care.
I think that one's on drugs.
That would not be an inaccurate statement.
Not right now, or she'd be super chill.
Yeah, so the four of you meet back up.
Moonstone, we got it.
I'll pull it out of my pocket and kind of show it, and then immediately shove it back in my pocket.
Kessia slides into the chair, still book in her head, slides in the chair. We got a harpy feather. I don't know what we can do with it, but I got it.
Sarah, your hair's different. It looks great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, we had the best time, right? Guess so this lady came over, and so we might have caused some vandalism. Don't worry about that. But yeah, there's might be some minor property damage, but it's fine. And so this lady comes over and starts harassing Kessia and scared the life out of her. It was hilarious. This is a precaution so I don't end up in prison.
Okay, breathing.
It's not the first time I've dealt with a Karen. We'll be fine.
And then, so the harpy feather, lets out a little bit of a melody that puts people in a trance. We may or may not have put somebody in a trance in the bathroom. And while I was fixing it, Hera was being Hera and scared the bejesus out of the woman. Who then other things happened, which I'm not going to go into. But I definitely think the lady thought Hera was trying to steal her purse.
The less you know, the better. Plausible deniability.
The reason Hera changed her hair.
We did just, not to cut
Gwen.
things off, we did just get a $20 donation from Silverbolt.
Yay!
Thank you very much.
Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
That is not specifically any one of our charity buys, but I'm going to bump that up to the $25 mark and give somebody an auto success.
Whoa.
It also tips back over our $50 donation milestone, which means the party gets a powerful boon of some sort.
Yay.
So I'm gonna hold that in my back pocket. I have something in mind, but at any time, if any of you want to call on that powerful boon to help you in some more specific way, you let me know.
Okay.
Awesome.
Sorry, back to your conversation.
So Gwen,
Mm,
what can we do with this particular line of feathers? If anything, I don't. It was kind of a shot in the wind, so to speak.
yeah. It's okay. I wish I had my flashcards with me. That would have helped.
Oh, you're smart. It's all up here. Just trust.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So harpies were like the personification of storm winds.
Actually, clarification, Silverbolt did specify in the donation message, instead, everybody he bought 4 rerolls for $5 a piece. Everybody gets a reroll.
Oh, thanks, Brian.
Yay!
Thank you so much. Great donation.
That's very cool. Okay. But it's interesting that it has some kind of weird enchanting property. Moonstones, like moonlight is known for like revealing certain properties and that kind of thing, but moonstone is more based on clarity and guidance. I wonder if maybe we could make something that helps you see through enchantments. Like maybe I'm worried that the harpy feather is enthralling. We would need something to purify it. So that way it works as something that's helpful and not harmful.
Well, so purifying.
I mean, charcoal's purifying. Do you want me to go get some volcanic rock?
I think that docent might get a little suspicious of us.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, that was really cool what you did back there. Like, that was very impressive. You got to tell me more about, Pompeii and stuff. I'd love to.
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, I read about Pompeii. That was really sad. Anyway, and interesting. It's quite anyway, so could you pull out your brochure so we can look at the map?
Happy to. Oh my goodness, whip that thing out so fast. 11.
Right on the table.
What?
Yeah.
So Kessia just kind of like peruses over the museum map to see if anything pops out to any of them in regards to something that would purify the harpy feather.
Okay.
Hera is going. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm going to add to that. Hera wants to ask you. You wouldn't happen to see like any magical like plant exhibit, do you? Like, is there a greenhouse or botany or anything in under the magic sections?
Was there a flora exhibit under the arcane site?
Yeah, probably.
You're gonna find us a special herb.
I mean, my dealer, his grandma says he's always talking about how his grandma has all these herbal remedies, all these herbs that purify the liver or the stomach or whatever. I don't know. I don't believe in all that, but unless
mean,
it's like
I actually know some, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be magic either. There are just some regular ones. Because there's like sage is obvious, but like lavender and cedar and actually juniper too. Not like the person juniper, but like you get what I'm saying, like juniper. But I bet they probably have some sage or some lavender somewhere.
not as fun.
Actually, hold on. She is gonna come in handy. She is gonna go because in the fancy little cafe, they make the fancy coffee. So she is gonna go up, and it's technically from the museum. So she is gonna go up to talk to Juniper and say, "Hey, do you know the little lavender that you sprinkle on top of the London fogs and stuff? Could I have a little bit of that like in a little like plastic cup?"
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean,
I'm
yeah,
running
screw it.
low on my lavender stash at home, and I
Ah,
figured you
I
might have
see.
some.
Yeah. Well, I probably can't spare too much because, I
Just
mean,
just a
but
little bit.
all right, I got you.
Thanks.
Gonna-
I think
And
the other two at the table notice Gwen get like weird,
mhm.
like hunching the shoulders and just looking down at the table.
she'll come back and be like, "This is technically from the museum," and sit it on
Yep.
the table.
A loophole, like
So
it.
Technicalities.
so how are we gonna purify it?
Well, the lavender has the purifying properties, so I would assume maybe if we crush them together. I mean, it'd be like your basic potion making, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess we could crush it up and like powder the feather in it.
Because, like, if we use that to make a potion, what if we could use the moonstone as, like, what you looked through to, like, detect magic or something? And if you pour the potion on it, that could imbue it with all of the properties of the potion, and then the moonstone is what helps you detect everything. Does that make sense? Did what I say just make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
sometimes
ideally,
it makes
we
sense in
would
my head, but when I say it out loud, it doesn't make sense.
make perfect sense.
Thanks.
I mean, ideally, if we would find a luck stone, so like a rock that already has a hole kind of naturally pressed through it, but we don't have the luxury of that, obviously, with a moonstone with a hole through it. So, I mean, we could always just make a hole in it, but that would mean that we can't return it. Oh
And
my god, I stole something from the museum.
I don't think we're gonna return it. It's fine. If all else fails, I'll just bring him a moonstone from home. It's the same thing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's fine. I've got so many crystals back home. It's fine.
Okay.
I actually have one that is moon shaped, so I can just bring that one in. And I can just be like, oh, I found this on the floor. Is this supposed to be in something? And then they can just figure it out.
That's great. Back to the breathing.
Okay. So to clarify and remind, the assignment was for everybody in the group to contribute an ingredient.
Oh,
So we have
So we
three,
have
so we
three.
need one more.
Mhm.
So
Else.
Now, whether that's true
Sure.
or not, you could give, you could have Gwen collect everything and bully her into saying that everybody contributed this, that, or the other thing. Not that I'd expect any of you lovely students would do that.
You could
But-
totally bully Gwen. It wouldn't be hard.
Technically speaking, I think Kessia is the only one to not have collected an ingredient, because Hera is technically the one who collected the feather.
Mm. Oh, I'm so stupid. Purity, silver. If we can just find something that's pure silver, that might also help to it. It would also work as a binding if it's any sort of chain.
I bet they've
True.
got like necklaces in the gift shop.
No, that wouldn't be pure silver. It's all gonna be fake. But there might be like an ancient
so
display like that has like clothing and stuff like that.
looking at the map, just to maybe give you some prompts to work with. There are a number of exhibits, and you're free to look for something specific, and it will probably be there. But there are also exhibits on the ocean deep, the Ice Age, the Age of Dinosaurs. You've already been to This World Rocks. Sounds of the Ancient World. This bugs me. And now, because you were looking for something like that, Wonders of the Amazon. If any of those might be useful.
So-
Yeah, that will work. That might be doable.
What was that?
Yeah.
Sea salt.
that's one way. You said silver purifies. Doesn't fire technically also purify things?
I'm not lighting something on fire.
Fine.
You're not wrong, though.
Fire in theory, but maybe not fire at the museum.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could take the fall already reek of something.
I mean, we could do it outside the museum. It doesn't have to be in the museum.
I've never gotten in trouble before. I'm not typically like a trouble person. I don't usually get noticed for these kinds of things, so maybe not.
So, over in the entranceway to this cafe, and I imagine there's there's two entrances, let's say. It's off of a hallway, and you can go in one way and grab your stuff, eat, and come out the other way. But over on one of these entrances, whoever notices it first, I'll leave to you. But you see Karen, the bathroom lady, a well-dressed, middle-aged woman in a sort of pantsuit, much nicer and more professional looking than Karen, and a man, a large, probably early to mid 30s man in a suit jacket, big stocky guy, over in the entranceway, looking about, and then Karen points.
I got this. I got this. And Ivy gets up and starts to walk toward them and be like, thank goodness you are here. I am so glad this woman yelled at my friend for dropping her book bag. It was a common mistake. We are here to learn and to enjoy the educational process. And this woman caused a scene, not only causing my friend emotional distress, but causing everyone else in the vicinity to stop enjoying the museum. And I personally am very offended, and I'm so glad that you found her and are doing something about it, because I love this museum. I come here all the time. And when someone interrupts my museum experience, it is very,
Oh,
very
dare you,
offensive to
young
me.
lady, try to spin this back on me?
Do you see this?
I don't even know
I'm
who
just
you are.
trying
You weren't
to
even
enjoy this
there.
beautiful
This lady has
museum.
no idea what she's talking about. You and Karen can go back and
I'm just
forth,
going to look.
but
I'm going to stop talking and just look at the gentleman while she makes a complete ass of herself.
of course. Roll me a cool.
Got this. Oh, 1 is a 4. Yes.
Okay.
Don't even need to use my reroll yet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stop and just go like this.
So I think after Karen continues for a little bit longer, the other woman, the museum administrator of some sort, gently like puts a hand on her shoulder and on her forearm, and Karen freaks out like, don't touch me. I'm not being hysterical. You're being hysterical.
I'm not the wrong one.
Yeah.
You're the wrong one.
And they're just gonna nod in your direction and look back amongst the group, and yeah, there's you and 2 other respectable looking young women, and also Hera's there. Um, I'm sorry, I'm mean. So she's gonna turn and try to talk Karen down. Probably like escort her over to or bring. She's gonna wave over for, probably Juniper to come in, of course, get this get this guest of our museum free coffee on the house, and we'll have a conversation of, oh, we will have a conversation. I expect much more rigorous standards to this and all of that. So this goes on for a little bit, but of course there is still the other girl who leans over towards, and I don't know if you know anything about this. A lot of that was covered, and other things may have happened. But there's this other, again, 20-something-year-old woman who leans in towards, well, probably one of the museum security, whispers something about that's the one who assaulted me, and I think there were drugs.
Have they already is it that is Hera facing that direction, or is there any chance that she has her back to them?
Let's say evens. Evens, she has her back to them. It is even. Hera is facing the opposite
Only
direction.
sees blue hair.
Yep. Okay, so I know you've changed your hair color. They haven't seen your face yet, and there is a chance. I would like to try my very hardest to perform a complicated spell under the table. So, like, my hands are under the table, so it can't really be seen. And I want to make Hera look very different.
Okay.
At that point, I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I'm gonna try and stall. And say, wait, who are you talking about? We've been here. I don't understand.
I don't know you, but she was with the other one who she was there. As
I'm sorry, did
somebody,
she touch you?
And she'll start recounting what happened there. Gwen,
Hmm?
you're trying to change full makeover.
As much as I can manage, like face wise, mostly. If I can get away with changing some of the clothes too,
Mhm.
be awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So once again, there's the illusion route,
Hmm.
or there's the transmutation route.
Do you tell me at all what you're doing? Like, do you whisper at all, or to me?
I'd
Or
probably like lean in to be like, I'm going to try something, but I haven't seen your face yet.
cool.
Could I attempt to help Gwen
Uh,
with this?
how would you do so?
Um,
Nerds unite.
Nerds unite. Well, I could try to make it easier by like taking on some of the like half the spell or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, circle magic is of course fairly common. But that's a bit overt, or it can be. The two of you holding hands with Hera in the center as you completely reshape them.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Just in case this illusion, this whatever supposed what's happened goes not doesn't go the way we want it to. I want to do the same spell I did on the coin, on just something near, like something either, I guess on my own backpack or on, yeah, so that it'll fall and make a loud motion after a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Don't you?
I
Don't
I
you
need
dare.
to back it
My book's in there.
there. I'll do it
I'm
on.
sure I'm sure there's some kind of decoration or something that you could cause to fall down.
I'll move your coffee cup to like the edge where it's like part of it's just part of it's off enough to where it stays on the table, but just a little bit of the cup that's off, and do it on that.
Okay. All right. Hera, make me a school roll. And then for this, for Hera's makeover, I don't
I can reroll.
believe. Hmm? Yes, you do have another reroll.
Here, go ahead. You said it. 4.
Okay. Uh, it works perfectly this time. Good to know. Uh, the other two of you, I don't recall anything in the rules about doing any group checks, but yeah, I think this comes down to narratively how you would go about doing this, because a complete makeover of somebody else, not yourself, not an item you have under your possession, of somebody else, is not only a much more complicated spell, but something that requires drawing of more power and directing it into that specific individual. And you don't have a lot of time to do this, because Ivy can only stall so long before the security guard is going to want to get somebody else's perspective.
Um, I at least want to change um Hera's shirt. Make it totally different, corn instead of Metallica. Yeah, that'll
Totally
that'll
different. Yeah.
throw 'em off.
Completely different, totally different.
Completely different. Um, see. Or I could make really horrible decisions and take down the barrier. from the feather.
You know,
Um,
one joke. I'm always for pressing big red buttons. Like always.
Um, I rolled all threes, so I have a partial success
okay.
for changing Hera's shirt discreetly.
Yeah, yeah, that's easy enough. Replacing one screen print with another. It can still be an oversized black shirt. You can just sort of wave your hand over Hera's chest, and it goes from Metallica to Corn. Uh, very different. No one would ever
No,
get these two individuals confused.
no, never.
Uh, okay. The complication, however, because there needs to be a complication. Uh,
It's actually Karn, Karn, and not Corn.
We've established the moonstone is like helpful for guidance and such.
sure.
Could I sacrifice the component that I worked very hard to get in a way of channeling power discreetly and enough to make altering Hera's face more effective?
I really like that justification for it, so I want to say yes. I also want to point out that we have 45 minutes left of our game, and that would take you from one really useful ingredient and two kind of useful ingredients to a feather that has nothing to do with what you are doing and some way of vaguely purifying that other component that doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing. So eventually the museum is going to close. You're going to run out of time. The clock is going to tick over. You're going to need to get back to the school bus. So if you're willing to make completing the assignment more difficult, because if you don't have a potion, you all fail the assignment.
You've got to reroll. Don't forget.
I do.
But if you give up this component, yeah, I'll take the complication away from Kessia's role. Your role will be you'll be able to perform a much more a total makeover a lot more discreetly. You'll still have to roll, but it'll allow you to be a lot more discreet in what you're doing. But if you can't get a full potion,
Counterpoint. Can I roll?
45 minutes to speed run a potion.
Can I run cool to try and pick up on the urgency or hesitancy of them?
sure.
Cool. Okay. Oh, that's 4. Okay.
Okay, a 4. Yes, you can look about. You see these two nerds freaking out, looking at you, looking back to each other, looking over to the group over there. They're freaking out. You can look over your shoulder just enough, not to give yourself away, though. You know, hair and now a slightly different shirt that may have some rapidly ensuing complication. You can look over and you can see the young woman you assaulted with a blunt, and Ivy over there trying to defuse the situation, but it is rapidly deteriorating. You can see that the guard trying to push past this topic. We are approaching a critical point here, and you've been in this situation before.
Okay. I want to Hera's going to say to Gwen and Kessia, she's gonna say, okay, so that coffee cup's about to tip over and it's gonna make a really loud noise and a big mess. Gwen, if you don't mind, just when that happens, make a big deal about it, clean it up. Kessia, if you could also just help divert attention away from me, I have an idea. Also, I'm gonna need something hard.
How hard?
Your book, that could work.
No. How hard?
Hard enough to give myself a black eye.
You
could
could just
just
face
punch you.
plant in the table.
So
I mean,
because
I care about you enough to punch you.
do it. Yes.
is
If you can do it discreetly.
that a Kessia thing?
Could
I care about you enough to punch. Yes, because you might bend my book if you try to use my book to do it
Okay.
instead.
I will say, however, because a roll was made for the spell, and there was no immediate effect to counterpoint that partial success. That partial success is going to come off. The complication is, yeah, the shirt changed into actually quite a different shirt, but that shirt needed some blue dye to make it to change the color of it. Well, there's some very new magical blue on in Hera's hair, so it saps the blue out of Hera's hair, and now there is corn. Blue is not corn's color, but that's what I got. There's a blue corn shirt, various designs and whatnot.
That is instantly so bad. Press the big red button. I'll look at Kessia. Maybe now's the time for a harpy feather.
Um, Kessia reaches into her bag and just penetrates the bubble and just slowly starts to lift the feather. Like, she doesn't lift it like all the way out, like right away. She like kind of like lifts it just a little bit, trying to see if she can get away with pulling as little of the feather out of the bubble as possible to get the desired effect.
While you're doing that, Hera, what was your immediate reaction? What were you going to do?
I was going to start slowly scooting over the coffee cups to try and speed up the falling.
Yeah.
So that would make the motion.
Okay. So, a lot of things happen at once now.
No.
Kessia, you start lifting this feather up, and the four of you can hear this soft arcane melody resonating through the air. You've been trained to understand this. You've been trained to push back against it, so you'll be fine. It's a low-level residual effect from a harpy feather. If it was a full harpy's melody, you could be in trouble. But this is just a residual magical resonance. The normal people around don't have this training. So you start pulling that out. The melody starts going. At the same time, Hera is over there scooting this cup towards the edge, and it does tip over almost in slow motion, and then very rapidly speeds up as the weight increases 10, 50-fold, and it slams down into the floor. This little cardboard cup that hits with the force of a shipping pallet tipping over and slamming into the floor, and the coffee within it splatters, and with the force of that impact, almost aerosolizes as it splashes out much harder, much further than it otherwise would, and coats another person the table over with this coffee, while of course making a large noise. You turn in realizing what has happened and how it has been exactly as effective as you wanted it to be. Unfortunately, with everything else going on, your hair has reverted to what it had been before. No other disguising spells or effects have been applied. And in this commotion, the woman over there and the security guard turn and see exactly who they were looking for. And then the melody starts permeating out through the cafeteria. The man on the table adjacent that was just splattered with a aerosolized burst of coffee stands up, turns in your direction, and is about to say something before he just And you can see as people in the room all turn in your direction, though the people closest to you turn sluggishly as their eyes glaze over in your direction. Now what?
Are you muted?
Gwen, you are muted.
You're muted.
Here we go. Go far enough to get the security guard and like the manager.
Not yet.
Oh no. Do we
Uh,
think this is an effect that if we wait long enough, it will?
When they get in range, yeah. And they are rapidly getting in range as at least the security guard is hurriedly, not like sprinting in your direction, but security guard fast walking in your direction.
I'll just say hold. Hold. I'll just wait.
Cassia is like internally panicking and like looking at Hera like, what have you done to me? You've charged me.
What is Ivy doing with all of this going on?
Ivy realizes what's going on, like notices people like freezing, and she's just kind of like behind them. She's like, we're gonna run. When they freeze, we're gonna run. We're gonna go. And I know, like, we'll be like, gift shop. Because she knows that, yeah, like most of the things you can buy, but like there's always that case that has the nice jewelry in it that you can get in a museum gift shop. So there has to be some good silver in there.
Okay. I want all of you to take a point of burnout for that.
Enough.
Every character has, I believe, 5 boxes of burnout that they can fill. So I don't think anybody's approaching that just yet.
Can I take burnout and then can I immediately take it away if I take a sip of my coffee? I'm kidding, I won't do it.
You know what? Actually, it is in your playbook, your archetype. You can lose a point of burnout when you enjoy your favorite drink, and you specifically sought this out.
She just downs her coffee and like throws it in the trash can and is like ready to go. She's like, we're gonna go.
It's like the Futurama Fry moment, and everything just stops.
Everything slows down. Yeah.
Okay.
As they get close and like hopefully they freeze. Cassie is just like, the great sorceress Azura would be so disappointed in me and my decisions. She'll like, once the security guard like freezes, she'll like kind of like just clutching her bag with like still like the feather like hidden in the bag but out of the bubble. She'll like scurry over to Ivy with her, hopefully Hera in tow.
Yeah, once the security guard gets within range, I mean he's not going for anything in particular. This isn't Cyberpunk. He's not pulling a weapon, but he's quickly stomping in your direction. Probably yelling out for the three of you to stand up and come with him, but he gets within 10 feet or so, to the point where it's starting to get very problematic, very nerve-wracking that this security is going to apprehend you. He plants one foot down hard and
The moment he was frozen, I'm looking at her Ivy, hoping, I'm assuming the other two in tow. I'm grabbing her hand and we are running. I know exactly where the gift shop is. We are running.
The bathroom girl is standing there, not far from Ivy, just...
Is it quick to use the little scrambler box?
I was wondering if any of you remembered you had those.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was gonna
now.
I was
should
gonna have that
remembered
in
the bathroom.
hand. Like she ducks her coffee and then she pulls it out of her pocket and like waits for everyone else to slow down, and then she just kind of goes, "Hey!" and then squeezes it in her face.
Hmm. So I imagine these work very similar to the Men in Black little strobe light
Yeah,
things
just little
they have.
flashlight.
So there's a little arcane of light. Her eyes go dazed for a second. But now you need to rewrite the last 6 seconds, tell her what she actually saw, and presumably not have her still see the things that are going on.
Okay. You thought you were assaulted and you thought you saw your assaulter in the cafe. But when you came in here, you noticed that there was a very angry woman yelling about things that did not make sense, and you automatically wrote that off that she's just a Karen and not very kind. And then you saw this giant coffee spill, and everyone trying to stop this coffee from spilling, and it didn't work. So you realized that your assaulter was not here, and you can either we're going to search the rest of the museum or just lodge a complaint and go home to your lovely home and enjoy the rest of your evening.
See, I would have told her that she just like stepped into the middle of a flash mob. That's what I would have told her.
Okay. The light recedes, and I think she's just initially confused because that really didn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, there's some confusion, and she stammers. She looks at you. I don't even want to be here anymore. I'm going home. I don't know
Home's
what's.
good.
I don't know what's. What?
Have a good day.
Don't do drugs.
Shh. Shh.
So with that,
Is
sorry,
everyone
Amelia.
else is frozen. They're dazed still, and she leaves. You said, or she's still
Yes,
the
bathroom lady has left
and everyone else is still dazed.
for now.
Okay,
You
I
would
want to.
probably know that the feather effect is proximal, so when you leave, it's going to rapidly start losing its effect.
Okay, then before we leave, I do want to whip out my phone, take a photo of just everyone just dazed in the middle of this cafeteria, and as we were running out, I expressed my plans to share it to a kind of edgy alt photo sharing website for young wizards and arcanists and sorcerers and all that called a pentagram.
Okay.
And yeah, I just for fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Clear documentation of you breaking the rules. All right.
On the wizard dark web.
Yeah.
I'm just urging everyone out of the room. Please, please, can we go? Can we go? We're so close.
As we exit and like get down the hallway towards the gift shop, she'll like slowly put the feather back into the container bubble.
Okay. Yeah, you're moving down the hallway, and as you are passing people, they turn in your direction because you're running. As they turn in your direction, they once again, everybody. As you continue going, you are just leaving a trail of dazed and confused people. So you want to stop and take the time to raise another barrier, because this took some effort the first time.
Yeah. So, is there a bathroom in this hallway on the way to the gift shop?
Sure.
sh- she'll like dip into the bathroom, hoping that there's a stall open.
Is everybody following in tow, or are you
Kara
continuing the
definitely
gift
is.
shop? Is there commotion about this?
Kara will definitely follow Cassia to make sure nothing goes wrong, or that if things go wrong, she at least has some control over her.
Okay.
Maybe
Ivy's
quickly the Hera split up and somebody handles the gift shop first and we all make it outside.
Yeah, Ivy's gonna want to just get that necklace and get out because she doesn't want to get banned from the museum. Like, she likes the museum. She doesn't care that the things happen that happen. She just doesn't want them to tell her she can't come back.
Okay. The two of you split off once more. Gwen and Ivy heading to the gift shop. Hera and Kessia going into the bathroom. Okay, so I think it is more interesting and more helpful to the story that you do manage to contain this feather. Could I do something cool with this? Yeah, you're in favor of this going well anyway, so go ahead and give me that school roll once again.
Success with complications.
Okay.
So partial success.
Yes, yes. It does take some time once more, but you manage to encapsulate the feather in this arcane bubble. And you can make your way out of the bathroom. Complication here. Yeah, I think a lot just happened back in the cafeteria, and it's been a minute or so since then. You had to run out of the way. You had to jump into the bathroom and fix this. So it's been another minute or so, even more. So they've probably gotten over whatever this feather had done to them, and we'll leave that to them. But you do notice even more security, more of these large individuals, men and women, dressed nicely, but clearly with a mission, moving quickly towards you, in your direction, in the direction of the cafe.
She kind of like pokes her head out of the bathroom, sees all of this, pokes her head back into the bathroom. She's like, "There's a lot of security guards, Hera.
There's like 3 or 4 more.
That's 3 or 4 more than I wanted.
Yeah.
It's actually 5 more than I wanted."
Yeah. There's 3 of them and another administrator of sorts, we'll say.
Uh-huh. What should we do?
Well, our options are either more chaos or stealth. I'm a fan of chaos, which I think you already know, but if you would prefer to try and get out of here with less trouble, we can do that too.
Less trouble, please.
Okay. Hera wants to try and just peek out and see what the situation is.
The situation is as described.
Okay.
There's the security guard. I mean, if you want to just duck back in and wait a couple seconds, they will move past you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's wait, and then I think they're after me. So if you go to the gift shop, and then I'll go out, and if I need a diversion, I'm pretty sure I'm wanted for stealing a familiar, so that shouldn't be a problem.
You stole somebody's
So
familiar? That's rude.
I gave it back. It was for a prank.
Hmm.
So I will say, as this security contingent passes and you quickly duck back into the bathroom, you do hear coming over the radio, yes, we have some sort of confusion here. We're looking for a young woman with a metal band t-shirt and blue, no, not blue, giving your description.
Cool.
Very, very confused as to exactly um, what exactly you're in trouble for, but because there's a lot of the last like 30 seconds that at least that main security guard just does not understand.
Yeah. Oh. I'm going to turn her turns to Cassie and goes, I think chaos is our only way out of this, so you just go get the assignment done. I can I can get out of here, I think.
Or if you're sure, okay.
Can I cast the spell on my water bottle to try and make it, when I open it, instead of being able to drink booze from it, it just emit a whole bunch of smoke? Almost like a little smoke screen, smoke bomb. Like it doesn't have to turn it into like mechanically a smoke bomb, just like an like a constantly emitting smoke effect with it from within that'll for a set amount of time.
Um, yeah, that sounds like it could be a fairly simple illusion.
Just like
Just a bottle
yeah,
with a small stream of smoke coming out of it. Yeah, yeah, you can do that.
okay. And then let's see.
Well,
Cast
Kessia, are you waiting for Hera to concoct whatever crazy chaos plan she's concocting, or are you leaving?
Um, Cassia is very conflicted. Um,
Cassie, you have our best chance. You and Gwen have our best chance of us getting a passing grade, and I don't want to flunk. Like I don't care enough to get an A, but I can't repeat this year because that would suck. That's just more school.
okay. I don't even know what the heck we're gonna make with all the things that we have. But maybe we just need a jellyfish for the bioluminescence. Anyway, okay. I'm
I
gonna
can
I'm
steal
gonna
one if you want.
go. Yeah, you should steal a jellyfish. I'm gonna
Gotcha.
go. And hopefully I'll see you on the bus.
Okay.
And if you don't see me on the bus when you get home, please call my friend Ted. He will post bail, I guess.
Okay. Also one other thing. I love you, you're my friend, but if you hurt my book, we're gonna have some problems. Okay?
In that case,
Are you gonna hand me my book to carry?
I hand you your book back. Like,
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Hera. And she'll exit and
You
go
rush
the way
off.
of the gift shop.
I want to hold off on exactly what Hera is doing because I think that might be a good button. We'll come back to that. The other two of you rushing rapidly to the gift shop. Well, we'll say you get there, passing by, as I described before, a lot of individuals who are very aware that you are moving quickly and suspiciously. And of course, the increased guard security presence, awareness, radio chatter, whatever. It's not like there's a security detail at every corner. It's the Natural History Museum, but you pass by one every now and then as you're making your way to the other side of the museum, because these things are always right next to the lobby, the gift shops. You probably hear radio traffic describing some crazy commotion in the cafeteria, describing Hera.
So what Ivy will do will stop running and like keep a hold of Gwen's hand, but like kind of stop her so we stop running, so that way it's not like obvious that we're probably part of the problem.
Okay,
And
so
then we'll
Gwen,
just
Ivy is holding your hand.
and walk to the gift shop, be like, don't run, it'll attract attention. Just keep holding my hand. And so we'll calmly make our way to the gift shop. And Ivy will just pull out her dad's credit card that's only for emergencies. But this is an emergency, which she will clearly explain to him. But kind of pulls Gwen over to where the necklaces are and is like, do you like any of these? Like,
So let me also ask. This probably won't have any bearing, but we'll see. Gwen, on a scale from lightly flushed to heart tomato, how beet red are you right now?
Oh, at this point, if it's gotten to the point where like hand holding and the oh, do you like any of these? Like, I've seen a good rom com. I know what's happening here. I'm beet red.
Okay.
I'm just imagining like you being like Amity right now from the Owl House.
Yes, yes. That's exactly what. Yeah, just it's all up through the cheeks, like, and kind of like a little blotchy, but then it like goes up to the tips of the ears too, just bright red.
Okay.
I mean, we only need the chain. So if you like, do you like one of like the pendants? Do you like them better? I'm not big with silver, so
Yeah. Silver's kind of my deal. I'll look them over, and then like overachiever brain will kick in, and I know that we need to find something that's like as close to pure silver as we can find, if not pure. Is there anything very, very subtle that I can do, like a la opening third eye, to kind of look over what's here and check?
Yeah, you can do the same thing that that Kesia's been doing. That sort of mage vision you can very discreetly turn on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that is a school roll, but it's a very simple school. I mean, it's not like we have sliding difficulties here. But go ahead and roll me a school check.
Again, 2 1s and a 4.
Okay. All right.
take that 4.
4 is all I need.
Yes, you can look about with your mage vision, and of course, looking at this display of jewelry and whatnot, there's no hidden arcane pocket realities in here, but you can kind of pick up some the present, some of the qualities of some of the things in here. There's probably very similar to some of the stones you saw in the other room. Yeah, like topaz here. They have those nicely carved quartz that are real clear, and you could pick up various properties here or there. But there is what would be a good? What would be?
Is there a
good
moonstone one?
That'd be so cute.
Yeah, why not? There's a moonstone. Yeah, there's a moonstone necklace over to one side that it's a moonstone inset with a what's a good green stone that's not like super precious, like a jade or something like that, a jasper inset, and it's in the shape of a turtle. A little quartz and
Oh, how
jasper
cute.
turtle on this thin silver chain. It's semi-precious stone, and it does look to be real silver. For a high school student or the magical equivalent, it's probably quite expensive, in range of $150, $250, somewhere around there. But it's not. It's not like adult real people jewelry.
Yeah. In the thousands, which is
Yeah,
really what we're scared of.
yeah. I mean, your dad's
Um,
gonna question it, but it could be worse.
yeah, I'll look through and I'll just my eyes linger on something that's kind of like rose shaped. Roses seem to be one of Gwen's little things. But I'll go and I'll point to the little turtle, smile because it's cute, and then let you know that one's really silver.
Okay. Um, and so what she's actually going to do, is be like, okay, if you want to wait outside, I'll buy the necklace and then I'll meet you out by the bus.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, cool. So what she's actually going to do is saw that when she was like scanning, she stopped at the rose necklace and then kept going. So she's actually going to get the rose necklace and the turtle necklace. Um, and so that way, before she leaves, she goes, "By the way, can I have that moonstone? Um, do you mind if I keep the moonstone?" So that way we have a moonstone. We don't have to take the one from the museum, um, via the turtle. And she's going to buy both the necklaces, and then she's going to just kind of um, pull that. I found this on the floor earlier, and I didn't know who to give it to the shop person. Um, and say, I found this between exhibits, but you're the first person I've run into. I don't know if this is supposed to be in an exhibit, and give her that moonstone and then take the two necklaces and meet Gwen back
Mhm.
out by the bus.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't wait for the very confused reaction and questioning that this shopkeeper would give.
No,
Here's
not
the
at all.
credit card. Oh, by the way, here's a moonstone. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So you racked up a good $500 credit card bill for your father at a natural history museum field trip for school.
It's for school. It's fine.
Yeah. And you can make your way out. At this time, you probably see Kessia huffing back into the lobby, looking around frantically to find you two. I think it
And
makes.
I'm gonna wave her and say, "Go to the bus," and walk out toward the bus. And then I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna hand her the moonstone turtle necklace. I'm gonna say, "Here, I gave them the moonstone since this is a moonstone. So now we have both, and technically they both came from the museum, so it's all good. One replaces the other, so we don't have the museum's moonstone. And then I saw this one. I saw you look at it, and I know you like roses. You always wear roses, so like I got this one for you. I thought you might like it."
Cassia puts her head in her book so they can have privacy.
I don't think I don't
Would you
think an
maybe
18-year-old can have a heart attack, but I think my heart's pounding real hard.
uh would you maybe like want to go to the cafe when after we get back from the trip?
Yeah, I'd really like that.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Freaking out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Meanwhile,
Oh God.
Hera.
Sarah.
Okay, I want to text or call. Yeah, I'll text Kessia and be like, "Do you guys did you guys make it out okay? Do you have everything you need before I do anything?"
Kessia, anything specific? I will say yes. You have all made it out.
Uh, no, I can't think of anything.
Okay. Yeah. You get back the affirmative. Yeah, we're all out.
I text back one more time and say, "Go ahead, get on the bus. I might not be on the bus, but if not, just call my friend Ted. He'll come pick me up. And then I just put my phone on silent, put it back in my bag.
You get
Um,
a text message that you don't answer because it's on silent, and she asks, "Head with a double D or just one D? And is it the one who always hangs out at the end?" Like she like goes on with the multiple different Teds.
Okay.
So I don't get that. I don't see that because I put my phone on silent. But can I? Okay, so I have the smoke bomb. Can I? If I reach into my bag and like pull out a set of like game dice, because I mentioned at the beginning that my character plays
Yeah.
role-playing game. If I to bring out those dice, can I cast the spell to like round the edges to basically make ball bearings or marbles or
Sure.
something?
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to have those
Now,
in
are
my bag.
these important dice to you?
No,
No?
I wouldn't
Okay.
bring those on a school trip.
All right. All right. This was your emergency dice, just in
Yeah,
case
this
you
is
didn't
the
have.
emergency
Yeah.
set.
Yeah.
This
Gotcha.
is my going to Ted's place after for a game night that he runs, not my running a game with my nice dice at my
Gotcha.
place.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I imagine they're like real cheap plastic dice. You can just
Yeah.
wave your hand over them.
Completely
Yeah.
understand that.
My headcanon is Kessia runs their home game, and she's like made it like completely fantastical with like ancient history references everywhere.
So you have your slightly smoking bottle and your no longer polyhedral marbles.
Okay, I'm gonna have them in my bag. I'm gonna hold it to where I can grab one and grab the other, like real quick, and just toss them as need be. I'm going to go and try and peek out the bathroom door again, see if there's anyone looking for me. Still.
I mean it's been a bit because you had to wait for Kessia and the other two to leave, so there was that whole transaction that had to go by. So it's probably been a good 5-10 minutes. So you are starting to see individuals like walking around as if in purpose, as if in search.
Okay. I'm going to just not making a big like commotion about it, not like slamming the door open and striding out, but I just want to try and act normal as I just walk out of the bathroom and quickly, not run, but quickly walk towards the front of the museum. But I've got in my hold in my hand, I'm holding the bag with the bag open, and in the bag I'm holding the bottle, and then like between my fingers, so like bottle holding like this, and then between my fingers I'm holding onto the bag of dice that I've now been rounded,
Sure.
ready to go in case one of them is like, "Hey, you," or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, it is coincidentally enough about time for the field trip to end. You do manage to get back to the lobby, and you see a number of other students congregating and making their way onto the bus. And of course, you see Professor Sakam. I don't know if I actually gave his name before, but you see your teacher, your instructor there, and he's having a conversation with a museum administrator of some kind, and one of these guard type individuals, security type individuals, and it doesn't look like a conversation he's really enjoying.
Just one guard type individual.
There's one directly next to the administrator, but because this is the lobby and the gift shop is right there, there's probably one next to the gift shop, another one at one side of the museum, and another one at the other. So there's in total 4 of them spread out across this atrium area.
I'm gonna try and just walk out the front door.
Okay. That's boring. So you make your way almost to about you get about like the center of this lobby area, and you can see the professor looking around. He's having this conversation But he's also looking around, trying to keep an eye out for all of the students because it is time to go. And he stops and he sees you, of course, looking around suspiciously with your bag open in front of you with your hands in it. And I think at that point, with his attention in your direction, the other two talking with him slowly turn in your direction. And it's like you read the lips of the security guard who says you're too far away to actually hear, but you imagine, you're sure they're saying, "That's her, get her," whether they say that or not.
For the moment, I'm just gonna keep walking towards the door until they actually start coming for me.
Okay. Yes, the professor and the administrator and the security are going to quickly start moving in your direction.
Could I subtly, even though they're watching me, could I subtly cast a spell to make myself sick? Like,
Sure.
just like sick to this like pale face, both ends, just nauseated.
Okay. Sure. That sounds like a spell you would know. Make a cool roll. No, would this be cool or would this be school? It is an application of arcane arts. Uh, I think it is still a school roll.
Okay. Oh, let's hope. It's a 3.
Okay. Perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for. That means that works. So you do fall terribly ill immediately. But in doing so, it comes on quickly. This is a spell that you've used to prank others all the time, and it looks nasty. It does not look fun. You've probably not used it on yourself before because why would you? But desperate times and all that. And yes, you feel this burning knot in the pit of your stomach start rising. And in doing so, you spasm and let loose the bag that you were holding in front of you. This smoking bottle comes rolling out of the bag, lightly smoking. These little plastic marbles come clink, 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 spread out across the floor. Somebody walking past, initially coming to your direction to like help you, slips on one of these dice and falls over. There is a commotion in this lobby, but you have succeeded in redirecting or at least reframing the problem. The spell worked. It worked real well.
Disappear.
Okay, so
I think that's a good enough button because you've largely incapacitated yourself with sickness.
yeah.
There's a commotion. The teacher, the administrator, the security guard walk over in your direction. At that time, we'll sort of fade out from that whole literal mess that they have to deal with right now, and probably a lot of very confused justification. You see the professor sigh and roll his eyes and reach into his pocket and just pull out a whole handful of these like D6 mind scramblers. And then over on the bus, I think the camera zooms out from that whole mess and down the marble stairs as students are getting on the bus, and I think we will see, of course, Kessia there with notebook, book held to her face. You're probably actually gathering some of these ingredients and working on a recipe because you do need to go back to school and actually turn this into something vaguely usable. And I think in the row of seats behind, we see Gwen and Ivy sitting next to each other, and Ivy putting
Ivy's pulled out her iPad or her little iPod, whatever. I
Mhm.
guess it could just be her phone, and plugs her headphones in and gives
Perfect.
her an earbud, and she has an earbud, and they're listening to Asteroid Cows.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that was perfect.
All right. So the
Gotta
credits
go
of
back to asteroid cows.
yes,
Yeah, full
uh,
circle.
the credits of this alchemical romance adventure will play over the soundtrack of Asteroid Cows, as the professor gets Hera up, cleaned up magically, just some prestidigitation, you're all better, and escorts you back to the bus as he just goes. Let me ask. I hmm?
Oh no, just enjoying the chaos.
Mhm,
This is
mhm.
wonderful.
I will say, because we are at time, but I am curious. What do you guys do with these ingredients? You have moonstone, you have a harpy feather, you have a moonstone now in the shape of a turtle, lavender, and a silver necklace. What are you actually doing with this?
I think we could do almost like a detect magic potion where like if you like combine and grind up and mix up all the ingredients, like it obviously wouldn't be as long, but like you could make like a detect magic potion that like you drink and you could for a certain amount of time like you could detect magical items or just, you know, wards or things along those lines. I
Yeah.
think you could do that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this.
Hera will definitely
Mhm.
agree to that, but we'll also suggest the idea of a magical hangover cure first, but then settle with that.
Yeah, because you still feel pretty nasty. You're not much involved in this process right now.
Yes,
I'm sure Gwen and Kessia could probably be like, yeah, we'll work on homework first, but we'll get that working for you soon. Like that'll be a side project.
mhm.
Oh yeah, no, Kessia, knowing Hera all too well, makes a cup of tea, grabs Hera's not water bottle, pours some in, and hands her the teacup.
Oh,
It'll be fine.
that water bottle, it actually was
Oh,
probably confiscated by the
oh,
professor because
fair.
it tipped over and it was smoking.
Oh, yeah. Fair.
But yeah, you can make some tea in some
Uh,
strange magical alchemical mobile tea brewing set.
yes.
I do also think Kessia would probably get a notification on her phone. It's just like from like when Hera was preparing all the stuff in the bathroom, probably she would have, but it's confirmation that she's got like a e-gift card to like some bookstore. It just says like
Okay.
I'm gonna just in case she got like arrested, she wanted to be like thanks.
Right. Awesome.
It just says
You're in
thanks
trouble.
and
Awesome. Yes. So you'll all get back to school. This is sort of post-credit scene, fade to sepia, quick cut stills and whatnot. Hera, you have detention. You're in detention. You're used to it. You're there every week. Um, yeah. There's also the brewing of this potion, this alchemy potion. I'd like the three of you, Gwen, Ivy, and Kessia, to each roll me a school roll. And I mean, yeah, by the time you get back and start doing this, Hera will be able to contribute as well. So all four of you give me a school roll to see how well this potion comes together.
I've been working school roll all day.
When
roll
Got a
it
two.
2.
matters, Gwen. When it matters.
I'm distracted by the pretty girl who is apparently interested in me,
That's very
okay?
fair. That's very fair.
I got a 3, so a partial success.
Hera can help too, right?
Yeah, everybody rolls a
Oh,
school.
actually, Can I cash in my reroll?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. If you have a
I
reroll, go
didn't
ahead.
use my reroll.
Oh
Reroll.
God, I rolled worse.
There it is.
I'm gonna say you can keep the better of the two results.
I got a 4.
Okay. Because I got a 3 and I wanted to reroll because I'm like, no, come on, I'm rolling 4 dice. Second roll, I rolled all ones.
Okay. We'll keep the 3.
Oh, geez.
We'll keep Ivy's 4.
Statistical anomalies.
Gwen
My reroll gave me a 4,
Okay.
so I fixed it. I recovered
and
for a
Hera.
minute.
That's a 2.
Oh,
Okay.
I think Hera has like 1 school dice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No.
I love
Uh,
the spread of skills that we got. Like everybody did something different with those 2 stats. That's
Yeah.
magic.
I-
Well done.
we did
us.
get one more donation, $5 donation, for a reroll. The Midnight Tavern. Thank you very much. Did you put that in the donation message as to who gets that? No, drop a. Yeah, Kessia. Kessia, roll a reroll once again.
Oh, thanks. No
So that
more
was the
statistical
3.
anomalies, please.
Leave.
Yeah, there's my 4.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that goes from an average of a 3 to an average of a 4. You kind of Hera helps. Hera's there.
Yeah, Hera's
there.
But
emotional support.
the other 3 of you correct any miscalculations or purposeful attempts of making this explode in some way, and and you do manage to make a potion that is exactly as you intended, a detect magic potion using. Well, the assignment was to use materials from old times, and you more or less did that. The silver necklace is a little questionable, but everything else
We can
kind of
melt it down. It's fine.
yeah. So you all very much pass the class. You all get an A on this assignment. Hera has to spend a little bit of time in detention. Kessia, you can finally, with great relief, return that book to the library. And, of course, we have the first date between Gwen and Ivy, of course, with Gwen now wearing a little rose necklace.
Is adorable.
Blushing again. Damn it. So cute.
And I think that's where we will end our story of Alchemical Romance.
Awesome. Yay.
Oh, this was so much, guys. Just so much.
So good. Thank you
Okay.
again to the creator. Can we get a round of applause?
Yes. Thank you. This was so much fun.
Absolute chaos.
Okay.
So much chaos.
Hi, buddy.
Yes, a fantastic game, fantastic players. This was an amazing time. I had so much fun. We're going to wrap this up quickly because I know we are pushing afterwards, and we all need to get back to our evenings. I, in fact, have a meeting right after this, I believe. The work continues for this month of one-shots charity drive for reproductive rights and abortion access. So I will say, if you did enjoy this show, and how could you not with these fantastic peoples and the punches to the feelings that they're full of, yeah, if you've enjoyed the show, please consider donating. The link is just down below. I was so caught up in this, I did not have the chance to continually spam through chat that the donation was available. So for anybody who jumped in part of the way through, if you are still here hanging around after the conclusion of this episode, if you enjoyed it, do please consider scrolling down to the banner, to the link just below it for the donation page. Again, all donations go towards the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights. They're split straight down the middle and sent to those two organizations. There are even links down below the donation link to take you to those pages if you want to learn more about those specific organizations and where the donations are going to, but they are going to people who really need them, providers for their safety and for their training and their supplies, for the people who need to get these procedures and to do so in safe and discreet ways, and of course to help fight for the rights that we should all have legally and politically. So do consider contributing. Any donations that we get outside of streamed games will be applied to the next game. So if you can't make it to a game, go ahead and throw $5 in for a reroll. I'll give it to somebody. If we hit a milestone, we will honor that milestone. It's all going to a great place. And of course, we have giveaways that may pop in next game. Speaking of next game, we will be back tomorrow. That is Thursday, for a game of Monster Hearts run by Zoe Trooper, who you may know from season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. This has been my own sort of warm up for that, because I will actually be playing in that game. We have Haley coming to my rescue in a last minute addition to the game as well. That is going to be a great time. I actually get to be on the other side of the virtual GM screen for more. This will be college level social shenanigans, but we'll see what we get up to. Yes, that is. I will even throw it up on screen. I believe I fixed it so you can all still hear me. Yes. On Thursday we have Monster Hearts 2 with Zoe Trooper right here, same time, 6 to 10 p.m. EST, and we will be collecting more donations and all the goodies, boons, and perils that go along with it. So if you like this show, check out tomorrow, because it's going to be more of the same, and it's going to be great. I'm so looking forward to it. Let me throw it back to my players real quick for some outros. Let's go in reverse order. Gwen, Haley, an amazing time. So much. I'm sure I was blushing along with you.
It's so funny too, because like I put on blush before the stream because I was like, yes, I gotta look cute, and then halfway through the show I'm like, wow, didn't need that. Now I just sparkle as I'm turning beet red. But yes, hi. Once again, I am Haley. You can find me at Haley Ann on Twitter. I'm shouting into the void about all the things that I love, mostly TTRPGs, like 99% TTRPGs, but also space pictures. We love that. But also, if you want to see me play in more campaigns, I am a part of the cast of Another Bad Side Quest. That is Another BS Quest on Twitter, or Another Bad Side Quest on Twitch. We stream every Tuesday at 6:30. There I play also another love-struck fool, Quincy. So, but yeah, I'd love to see you there. And I can't wait for tomorrow. Another new game system. I'm stoked.
Awesome. And of course, the other side of that alchemical romance, Ivy and Kylie. Thank you so much for being the other side of that, and being our what is it, self-saboteur hipster. Fantastic.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I had so much fun, and from me to you, thank you for doing this month of charity streams. That means a lot. But my name is Kylie. You can find me everywhere on the interwebs at Viking_mermaid, except on Instagram, it's Viking Mermaid. I got there first, so I was able to snag the name first. But if you go on my Twitter, all of my social media is on my link tree. You will usually find me Mondays and Thursdays over on my channel that I co-founded with my best friend Mal, which is Homebrews and Homebodies. It is Homebrews and Homebodies on Twitch, on Instagram, on Twitter, it's H&H Live. Where we play on Mondays, we are playing a Call of Cthulhu game, and on Thursdays we are playing a One Ring game. So that's where I will be tomorrow. You can also find me on Fridays for 2 more weeks over on Ladies of D&D, where we are playing Ladies of Lake, which is Lasers and Liches campaign, which is a homebrewed edition little kind of add-on for D&D 5e. We are an 80s rock band that got transported through another plane to an Arthurian place, and we are trying to help them fight all of these big bads that like have like bad code, and like it's 80s-tastic. It's so much fun. But we've got 2 weeks left of that. So yeah, that's where you can find me. But thank you so much for having me. I had such a good time.
Thank you for being here. I will need to check that out because that sounds fantastic.
It's so much fun.
And of course, our bookworm, Kessia, Savannah. Thank you so much for being with us. And I was really wondering if that book was going to make it back to the library.
Me too, not gonna lie. Hey, I am Savannah. You can find me online as Miss Emo Fox. You can find me most every day on Vorpal Tales, playing anything from Curse of Sonia, which is a gender flipped Curse of Strahd. We just started a new Coriolis campaign. We play Pathfinder. We're just starting a new Hunter campaign, which is actually going to be like we're doing an old style Hunter, like the Vigil, and then we're playing the new rules Hunter the Reckoning. So we have like a decade, like 20 years between the two sessions. So we're kind of like making two characters and doing like different times and stuff like that.
Nice.
So, and then other than that, you can find me on my own channel playing different games: Stardew Valley, Tomb Raider, Little Witch in the Woods, I think is what it's called. But yeah, and then hopefully you will also find me here next Wednesday for the Holdfast Station
Yes.
game as well.
Very cool.
Yes, be on the lookout for next week's promo announcement for all of those times and games and whatnot, because we have even more coming throughout the month. Yes, thank you, Savannah, for joining us. It was great having you here, and I look forward to some asteroid survival shenanigans.
Me too.
And of course, one of the main reasons we are all here, creator of this fantastic game and all of the feels that we got to feel while playing it. Amelia, thank you so much for making this game, for making this character, letting these characters happen, and for not only allowing me to run this game for the charity, but for joining us. Thank you very much. Where can we find more of this?
Yeah, so before I promote myself, I just want to say that this was actually the first game of Alchemical Romance that I've been a part of on either side. And I am so like just blown away with how it turned out. Like they had the romance, had the drama, the chaos, the shenanigans, everything I wanted out of it. So
Awesome.
thank you guys.
But
People who are,
It did what it said on the tin. Yeah, where can we see more of you and pick up Alchemical Romance?
Yeah, so for people who are looking to find my stuff or just me, I'm on Twitter at TrueFeyQueen888. It's Fey like FEY, but TrueFeyQueen888 on Twitter. And currently, if you go to my page on my pinned tweet currently, is a little bit about my character tonight, and if you comment the correct answer on that, you could win a free download copy of the game. Just so there's that. And then I'm on, or my games are all available on itch, on my itch page, which is truefeyqueen888.itch.io. I've got Alchemical Romance, my own tags game, which is my own system I've made, another one. And then a few others. And then I'm on Instagram. If I can find that real quick. I'm on Instagram at TrueFakeQueen888 and TikTok on TrueFakeQueen, no numbers. But this was an amazing session. Thank you.
It was great. Thank you once again. All right, that's going to wrap us up. I'm Jack. I have been your chaperone here. You're already here. You know enough about me. I'm not here for me. I'm here for the charity. So once again, if you are able to scroll down, check out that link, go tell more people about all the awesome games we have going on throughout the month, and the link to help, whether they can be at the game or not. I know there are plenty of people out there who might not be interested in watching our gaming shenanigans, and that's just fine. But if they want to help donate to the cause, of course they could donate to wherever they would like to individually. But it would be great to get more people involved in this charity stream, not only to enjoy the games, but to raise more money for these two organizations specifically. But you can find me on Twitter at PPLS Ascension, right down below, actually. And come hang out with us there on Twitter and on Discord. That's free for everybody to join. You can pop in, say hello. We are all friendly people. Not only do we have Amelia there as well, but so many other great indie game designers who have created so many fantastic games. If you are looking for a new game in really any flavor, come hang out with us. Somebody has made it, is making it, or knows somebody who is. So we got a great community there that is only growing. And who knows, you might be able to get in on this this month of one-shots in some fashion or another. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for chatting. It's been a lovely, fantastic chat. Thank you so much for donating and for enjoying this show. So, as always, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Keep having fun out there, and keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more Month of One-Shots charity content. And when you go out on your first date with that fantastic person you are crushing on, be sure to order a side dish of heart tomatoes, because it's just too adorable not to. Good night, everybody.